bump in TSSA funding of 1.1, a little bit in land trust, not much. Transportation went up almost 900,000, that 85%. We're out there now, but as inflation goes up, I don't know if it will stay there.
Right.
Then the at-risk add-on was a big increase for us, and we'll get to that here in a minute. Here's our Esr funding. Again, we know it's going to go away in 2024. These are probably being conservative. I think we'll have more as we get out here. Keep in mind the big ones this year. In this column here was the Wonders and the ELA that you approved a few months ago. It's about 5.2 million. We are looking at an assessment platform and any more curriculum this year. I mean, say this year, 23, could be 1.7-ish. We'll get there, but we'll bring those to you as we get closer. We're also looking to add some teachers, which we have done this current year to help with any COVID gap there. Here's a bad slide right here. Our Title I funding, due to the census data in 2020, the state's Title I amount went down $13 million, okay? It's due to reported drop in poverty for children 5 to 17 is the main reason. Utah had the largest decrease. They look at numbers in 2019, then the census in 2020. Utah had the largest decrease of any country in the state, about 23% decrease. Pennsylvania was next, so way below, okay? That really hurts us. We always wondered that the census data get reported correct. 4 districts, Kenyon's being one, so there's 4 areas of Title I. 4 districts, us being one, did not qualify in 2 of those areas. That caused the big hit right there, along with just the reduction, okay? So we went from this year of 3.7 to this year to 1.5 next year, 2.2. Now I'll say it's not a silver lining, but the last 3 years, our Title I funding has been $3 million. Because of the labor shortage, we really haven't been able to ramp up to the 3.7. So we're still hovering around that $3 million. So it's not that big of as big of a hit, but it's still a big one. We don't want to shy away from that. We will have some carryover that will help us get us through next in the 23 year and a little bit in the 24 year. But we're going to have to look at some options as we go forward. Again, we just found this out last month. So one could be taking Sandy off Title I status, using some of that at-risk money we got on the first slide to help. We'll just reduce some stuff.
Well, is this something that we should talk to the legislature about? Should we be asking the legislature for more money? Okay.
The district right here.
They'll say you never should take it in the first place.
You know, this big hit right here, 13 million across the state.
It makes you dependent.
Okay.
So I think every district, us and Davis got hit the hardest, but every district lost some. That makes sense coming down. I'm going to move completely off our general fund. Now I'm going into our capital. Okay, these other funds really. Let me just hit on our major projects. Glacier Hills, I was there this morning. It's coming together nicely. We do expect to have that done by August 1st. We have a ribbon cutting on the 11th, first day of school on the 15th. That youth academy wing that we added on later, that will not be completed until January, okay? We've always said that would be about 6 months behind.
Looks like it's almost up though. I mean, the outside is up, which is nice.
Yeah. Making good progress. Most of it's, a good chunk of it's painted. Any of you, Steve, I know that's a lot in Europe. If you'd like to go see it.
Looking good. I'd love to go see it.
So there's Glacier Hills. If you remember on the January 18th meeting, we talked about Cruising Park and our delays instilled there. And we said that would not be open when school starts, okay? We are looking at the last half of September. The date we have right now is that it'd be finished on September 16th. We may ask you, the board, for a couple of virtual days to allow us to move over the teachers to set up the classroom. We'll handle the move before school at Glacier Hills. You know, we only have a weekend there to do that. Again, that we don't want to commit to that date just yet because we're still out and we're still some unknowns there, but that's where we're looking at that last half.
We pay the teachers an extra day, like Saturday, to move that stuff. So we don't have to give the kids any time off.
We could talk about that.
I mean, that might be another option, to pay some overtime just to
Teacher bonus money.
have them move so that they don't have to lose any time on their.
But again, we'll come to you as we get closer and some options, either a Saturday, not sure how the teachers feel. I'm always a little nervous about that one. But we'll work Saturdays to get them moved over, but then give them some time to set up the classroom, okay? And then that would just be for our union, for progressing on schedule. Again, have that building done a little over a year from now. Keep in mind, the parking lots and fields won't be done until December 23. Here are some of the small cap projects. We've gone over most of these in the past, just quickly highlighting some playground upgrades. Carpet, that's on the agenda. That's really been a big hit at all of school. Carpet won't peak. Corner Canyon would like to look at adding, Corner Canyon's now completing its 9th year, going to its 10th year next year. There was so many things have changed, and it really wasn't all that big of a school to begin with, square footage of that. So we really have social workers, psychologists, and even some of our counselors and working in closets there. We'd like to put them all in the counseling unit there. So we've got a design plan to go ahead and do that. We'd like to get that done this summer. It won't be done and probably till October, but we could, they could get by.
Yeah, I'm just thinking you have 2 brand new high schools, the rebuild of Alta. Now you're talking Corner Canyon. Where does Jordan stack up as far as those amenities are concerned?
Jordan, we seem to have enough room. Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
A few students in there. Problem.
You can see the other ones, track, corner, irrigation, and some parking lot repairs there. We were going to look at a couple lighting projects with LED lightings. Keep in mind, every school has solar views, but we just didn't get the bidders. So we want to pull those back and look at them another time. We've heard a little bit about Alta last week. Again, let's start with the good. The good is the kitchen is open and full menu options. So that's good to see. Supply chain really hit us on the ovens and stoves there. One of the things that we've heard about, of course, is the bathroom. We want to look at a couple options there. We have a couple options in mind. Try to make it equitable to the other rooms. That would be a Hillcrest Bright Corners room.
How did we miss that?
I'm not sure we actually, it's always been in 2 different places. That was the design.
How did we miss this?
Moving on.
Do I need to repeat my question?
No,
In case you didn't understand.
The issue is this. The current band room, if you look at the old band room a year ago, the old one they had before the renovation, the new one is the same square footage or even more.
Did nobody look at the plans? Was the band director not consulted?
I was told he was.
Repeating myself.
Go ask Gil.
How did we miss that?
Leon wasn't there.
We also want to look at the baseball, the baseball and softball fields. We've had some issues there, some safety issues with the batting cages, out in the center field, there's sprinkler boxes. That's a safety issue. I don't know why they got put out there. They're out there in center field.
Same question.
I can defer that back to 1978. That's when they were put in. And foul balls going into parking lots there. But I also want to bring it back to Alta. This is how it looked before. This is how it looks now. Standing pretty much in the same place when that picture was taken. Okay. So I would say we always knew when we started our projects, Rick Robbins and I had several conversations. We always said Alta was going to be the hardest one of the 8 we had on the bond. That being, we'll start cutting into a 40-year-old building. Where do you stop? So that was always our challenge there with Alta. Part of the economic stabilization came out of the legislature. Kenyans gets just under $4 million. What our proposal is to use that is, one, you've already approved phase 1 renovation for the Bellevue building for Diamond Ridge. We'd like to use 1.6 there. And then we'd like to use around 2 to 2.3. We haven't figured out the exact amount on turf. But again, to fix the flooding areas on the softball field, the outfield with the sprinkler boxes, putting in the foul ball netting, the practice cage, the batting cages, and some other things. And use that to correct this at Alta. We feel like this is a safety issue here. We bring this to you at the next board meeting as a purchasing bid. You're going on that. If you have any money left over, we'd like to look at some elementary camera upgrades, but there won't be much there.
I was over,
No, you go ahead.
I was over at Bellevue, and we're putting in Diamond Ridge or whatever. Can we look at the number of cameras that we have? There are some cameras, but there may be some
Part of this one here. Yeah.
that might be good in that remodel.
That's part of that's.
It's the cameras.
Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, because they got a whole bunch of blind
Yeah,
spots in that. Cameras.
but that is part of this.
Okay, great.
My concern is the safety issue we have at Corner Canyon with the soccer field and how we have some teams that refuse to play on our soccer field. So we have to go down to the middle school. And I was really thinking that that would be something that would be in your slides with the capital funds. I know you've done site visits, you and Rick, and gone out and looked at that. So explain to me, when is that coming? Because
We have to look at that. The reason being, we really is pretty extensive what we think we have to do there. We can do these two this summer. We really need to get an engineer and a architect in there to look at the flooding issues, because I think the only way we can do that is raise that soccer field up. Foot or two. That's going to take a whole peeling off the grass, bringing in fill.
so, right, and I understand that. I know there's been a lot of injuries of players and things like that. So how are we gonna communicate this just so that they don't feel like, well, your problem's way worse, but it's more expensive, so we're waiting on that? How are we communicating that? in a
Well,
way that-
I think everybody, we have far more needs, and we always have far more
Right.
needs. We always have more.
Sure.
And so I think our issue is, let us get some options. We have the baseball. We were looking at doing that last summer. And we decided to pull that. We already had the plan. Corner, we could, our goal is to start looking now at some options with an architect.
To me, looking at that with the water table the way it is, like I think turfing that entire football, soccer, I don't know what amount of dirt is going to solve.
We can probably
That land is, it looks like a wetlands to me.
Yeah,
The way,
yeah,
even where we've tried to replace the grass, it just struggles to grow at all.
right. And the potholes and the water, the issue is a safety issue for the players. We do have teams that won't play because of that. So that's not trying to sound whiny at all, but it's a safety issue for sure. So, yeah. So that would be something that we are looking at for 2023 then.
Yeah, well, that's what we can do.
The money.
A lot of it's going to depend on money and what we have to do there. We don't even have an estimate on the price tag there. But we know it's an issue, so
We're aware of it and.
Probably take a soil engineer too to come in and look at compaction and just what is actually there, right? It's going to be pretty extensive, I think.
not sure it was designed right, but it was.
Back to your question.
I know, that's what I just said to him, back to Mom's question. We've spent so much money on that school, fixing and fixing and fixing and doing and fixing. His question of, and who decided about the soccer field?
Oh, you said that before I came in.
While you're sitting there.
Other schools.
Oh, at other schools. Oh, okay.
Made that decision. That's why I said something like that.
We missed that.
This is the, probably of all the slides, this is the best slide right here. Jordan debt is paid off.
Yay.
The tax statements, we'll hear a big Yahoo from me on June 15th. That's the official day.
Canyons only.
So
But we need to tell everybody it's not gonna make it different. It's gonna be flat, right? We kept it flat.
We've been
rather than-
layering in our own debt.
It's paid off and it's now going to us.
we'll get to that here. Here's our outstanding debt. Again, it's a lot. But if you look, I like to always look, try to be a little positive. 2 years ago, we were about 458 million. With all the refundings we've done and paying some down in 2 years' time, end of 2023. 395, I think that's a lot, big amount, but it's, 65-ish.
Good.
That is a lot of
Job, Leon.
smart, hard work.
Again, thank you for your support on these 2 refundings, right? Saved us 9 million over the last that. Here's our outstanding debt, as Steve mentioned. This is the Jordan, this line falls off on June 15th, right this far right here. But we do layer in our debt going across, and keeping within that tax rate we've issued and start drilling down. Here's out here. Moving on to our nutrition fund. The waiver for free lunch has expired. Does not look, I know there's movements in Washington to reinstate it. Skeptical that's going to happen. So we are planning on charging for lunch last year. These are the prices the board previously approved. Looking at lunch now compared to Chick-fil-A or McDonald's, looks pretty good, right? And it was,
Can we keep them at this year with all the cost increases?
excuse me,
Can we keep them at this with all the cost increases with
we'll
food?
have to see.
That has to be the
Because
big-
of all the
Food has
shipping
gone up.
and food.
Food has gone way up. We
Yeah.
gotta, we don't have anybody in our kitchens, right, working. So that's a big, we can get by this year, but we'll see after that.
Okay, so one more year then, this year.
Due to the labor shortage, we're going to look at requesting all payments be made online because we don't have clerks. I think most parents would be okay with that through Skyward. That's how most pay now. But if there's any people do need accommodations, we can make that happen. And keep in mind, there are still 3, what we call CEP. 5 schools, Midvale, Copperview, East Midvale, Midvale Elementary, and Mid Valley still will be on free, the whole school on that. Okay. 2 slides left, 3 slides left. Moving quickly through our pass-through taxes funds. This year was 12.7 million. We contributed to CRAs. Last year it was 11.3, so it's gone up. We expect some growth to continue there, and the 3 big ones, that'd be Midvale's, Jordan Bluffs, and Main Street, as well as the Draper runner area. Keep in mind that as their revenue goes up, ours does too, because we're in sharing agreements with all these. So, last year ours went up around $400,000 with that. I'm not aware of any pending CDRAs. That doesn't mean we couldn't have some coming. I know Cottonwood Heights has been working on a couple. Haven't heard from them in quite some time, so we'll see. And the last, just on this funds, I thought this was an interesting one. Again, if you look on your property tax statement, there's a line that says charter school students, right? That's a large state calculation, what we have to pay. So everyone in combined Kenyan School District, all taxpayers, it's 2.4 million that we have to pay for charter school students. I thought this was interesting, though. We need to take all the public education kids, not the private, because we don't know, but all the public education kids. And those attending charters versus school districts, ours is about 90 to 10. You can see the districts going down here around us. So I thought that was impressive.
Jordan.
Then next time, again, we'll talk about the approved negotiations. We'll talk about those. How that will impact the salary schedules, enrollments, Canyons online, and then we'll try to mock up some property tax statements, how that will look, as Steve mentioned, with the Jordan debt off and roll. Any questions?
Any questions for it? Thank you, Leon. This is a very interesting time of year and process through this. Appreciate that.
Board, looking at our time, I'm going to suggest that we move the policy update to item 8C, on new business.
And Mike has 3
And then-
minutes and
and then
20
we'll-
seconds to tell us about USB.
Yeah, so, and then we'll go ahead and have the USBA. Well, first of all, is everyone okay with that change in the agenda? Okay. And then we'll now turn the time over to Mont Millerberg to give us an update from USB.
USBA held a director's meeting on the 22nd, 23rd of April. And I just wanted to report some of the things, some of the takeaways that came from that. First takeaway is be aware that the pre-delegate and delegate assemblies are scheduled to be held here at our professional development area. On August 26th is the pre-delegate assembly, and the 27th will be the delegate assembly. I believe that Amanda and I are the delegates from our district for that. US,
Sorry to interrupt, but on the Friday night, the pre-delegate assembly, everyone's invited.
everyone's invited to that.
But there's
And
also
they
should
can come
be-
to the other one, just not vote.
There should be 3 people though, right?
3 voting.
District person.
So, yeah, so there's 2 delegates and then 1 representing the district, but that we kind of decide when we get closer to that time, see who's available.
But then everyone can go, just not vote, right?
Yes.
Friday evening is open to everybody. The voting actually takes place on Saturday. USBA Day on the Hill is scheduled for February 6th in the Capitol Rotunda. A few changes happened. Let me congratulate our board again and Superintendent Leon for participating, that we did receive the Master Board certification last year. Would encourage you to do that again. There was some discussion that took place on that topic, and the name is no longer the Master Board's Award. At least one delegate, guess who, felt like MBA was encroaching upon a very prestigious degree that is attained from business schools, and it is now referred to as the Master Board certification.
NBC.
Yeah.
Right.
NBC.
Okay.
We're not pushing anybody on that, are we?
Not to be confused with N.
We also have on the schedule for December 3rd, the new school board member workshop. Possibility of the beginning the evening of the 2nd, where we would have some training take place at that point.
December or January, because the new board gets brought in and
It's just-
The elections are in November, first part of November, and they want to get the
Good
people
point.
trained.
yeah.
Before they swear.
I do want to say Mont is in charge of that committee.
That is my committee, yes. that is.
Good luck.
Oh, thank you. I'll need it. We discussed this, that those elected in 2022 are invited. We will also invite board members who were elected in 2020. That is kind of an optional deal. If you want to come, you're welcome to be there. We encourage people to come. Some people may feel like they've already been trained in the areas that we're going to touch on. And it's interesting, they're looking at maybe 150 to 175 people, because quite often the board president will come with people that are invited to that. The superintendent will come. And so it should be a fairly large function.
And where will that be? Do we know yet?
What? Provo Marriott, I'm sorry. That's in here, but I skipped through that part. I'm sorry.
Those of us who did the online one, we didn't go to the Provo Mary.
I don't know what's going to happen with the online version. We have been talking about recording it,
Great
where
idea.
people on demand could then go in and watch it.
My feedback is that is a great idea.
We are also going to continue the professional leadership development series that they did last year. Dates for that are scheduled for May 19th and June 23rd. Both will be an evening seminar or webinar starting at 7 p.m. So that, and the, on the use of social media. And could I just tell you that I have really, really enjoyed the opportunity to participate with USBA. That has been a great organization for me, and I hope to continue on for at least the next couple of years. At least till the end of this term.
Well, we appreciate your work and your representation of our board on that board of directors. I think we all agree,
Most
USDA has to offer, I think we've all could speak to this, but we've all received benefit from that. So.
They benefit districts statewide. And it's really been an opportunity for me to get to know people by participating with that organization. So thank you for trusting me with that opportunity.
Thank you for your work. Yeah.
Great.
That's exciting. There's a lot going on. Thank you for sharing that with us. Did everyone get those dates, or would it be helpful if we had Cindy maybe make a note of them and send that out to us?
If you want me to send you my notes, I really live in Hanks's notes, but I'll send them to mine.
Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you all. That concludes our study session portion of the meeting. Let's reconvene in about minutes. Good evening. Are we ready to begin? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the thumbs up from our IT people that we're okay. All right. We are ready to begin, and I would like to welcome you all to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. And today we're meeting May 3rd, excuse me, 2022. And we are meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on this business meeting agenda is to approve the agenda for this meeting. I will ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to move study session item B to B. Didn't have a chance to get to that. And rename that item 8C. And then items C, D, E, and F will move down one alphabet to D, E, F, and G.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. We will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Butler Middle Principal Paula Logan. Principal Logan will then share with us some highlights from Butler Middle School.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to come and talk a little bit about my school. I wanted to start with just a quote from a TV drama series. I heard the following. In this world of relentless self-promotion, we've been conditioned to think that the limelight is the only light worth seeking, but that is not the case. The simple, small truth is achievement is often anonymous. Some of the great things have been done by people you've never heard of, quietly dedicating their lives to improving your own. I feel like educators are such people. From the sweepers to the custodial staff, from the librarian to the history teacher, from the principal to the teaching aide, we are privileged to work in a career filled with people quietly dedicating their lives to improving the world. There are moments like tonight when there's a little bit of limelight, but the truth is that the daily toil and effort often go unnoticed by others. The hours beyond the contract, the worry, the concern, the days we feel we failed, the lessons that perhaps didn't go so well, the angry phone call or email. But each day comes with a new set of challenges. Some we anticipate well, others are surprising. But each day as educators, we are working to make the lives of our students better. And the miracle is that so often we achieve this lofty goal. Being involved in education provides each of us infinite lessons in hard work and humility. It takes courage, commitment, and creativity. It necessitates a willingness on our own part to examine our strategies, then adapt, refine, and innovate our practice. And I am privileged to work at Butler Middle School, where our staff does this regularly. As we prepare to celebrate our 10th year in our new building, I guess it's not new after 10 years, but it still feels really new. I want to celebrate the accomplishments of our school over this past decade. So here's a quick story about Butler by the numbers. 2 is the number of dual immersion programs we have, the Mandarin Chinese and French. 6 is the number of student teams we have, the Gummy Bears, the Cinnamon Bears, the Panda Bears, the Polar Bears, the Kodiaks, and the Grizzlies, because we are the Butler Bruins. 44 is the number of teachers in our building. 917, the number of our students. 112 is the number of attendance Bruins our classes have earned by having 10 days with 85% or higher attendance in their first period class. 3,298 is the number of great news postcards our teachers have sent out to students for the good things they are doing in our school so far this year. And 375,000 Great Bruin PBIS points have been awarded to students to recognize their efforts so far this year. But the most important number is the number 1, because while all of those numbers represent the many good things that we track and data that helps us decide what to do. We are about the one. We all became educators to help the one. Our world is a busy and crowded place. And as we face distractions and challenges to our efforts, we must remember that it is about the one. One more student to help, one more smile to give, one more heart and soul to touch. One of my favorite poems is Robert Frost's The Road Not Taken. He starts, 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler, long I stood. And he ends with, and I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Being an educator is the road less traveled, and it is an amazing road. It is a road determined by our vision for the future of our students. It is a road of pride in our successes and growth and learning from our failures with humility and an eye towards doing better. It's a road where we fight the good fight and strive with all our energy to see our students succeed beyond their dreams. It is a road where we strive valiantly and dare greatly so that at the end of each school year, and I think we might all be feeling this, we may be marred, we may be covered with dust, sweat, and blood, but we find triumph in our students' achievements. And we know that our every effort was spent fighting in a battle to make the lives of our students and our communities better. There is no greater devotion, no worthier cause than the education of our students, because they are our future, and what a great future it will be. And at Butler Middle School, we believe this is a great place filled with great people who fight to stay on that road. We have great students, we have great parents, and we have great teachers, which is why we say it is always a great day to be a Bruin. And then I brought you all a little pin so you could have a pin that is a great Bruin.
Thank you so much, Principal Logan. We appreciate all that you and your staff and your team do at Butler Middle. Will you please share our appreciation with all those great Bruins out there and for all the wonderful work that they're doing? Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is we'll turn some time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department for some recognitions. Mr. Haney.
Thank you, President Tingy, for the time that the board grants us during every board meeting to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in the Canyons District. But before we get going with our recognitions, I want to express our thanks and appreciation, but also condolences. In the past few weeks, we have faced tragedies in our district, and we note that our school communities don't hesitate to come together in strength to support each other in very challenging times. I think that in the past several days, we've all had the opportunity to reflect about the importance of one, as Principal Logan said, and how the loss of one hurts us all, and how challenging it has been to face tragedies where we lose just one student to horrible circumstances, and how grateful we are for the school staff and the district staff who really do go above and beyond to provide supports to students and to faculty and to staff and to parents. Today hit particularly hard. As a district, we express our condolences to the preschool program at Quail Hollow, the Quail Hollow community, and to families who are obviously grieving. Other communities as well that have faced tragedies, and I am appreciative of everyone who steps forward to do even just a small part in extending love and kindness to those who are struggling. Thank you to everyone for being a part of the Canyons District, this important family where we support each other in good times and in hard. So thank you, President Tingy, for that moment to express our condolences and appreciation, particularly for our student services staff that goes to every place to provide supports to people who may be experiencing very difficult emotions. And tonight, we are celebrating accomplishments of the Kenyan School District staff and students, scholars in our community and leaders in our community. Those who are recognized tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent, although this person would get a letter to himself. Our first honoree is our Chief Executive, Dr. Rick Robbins. Now, we already know that Dr. Robbins is a playmaker. Rick was the starting quarterback for the Southern Utah University Thunderbirds. He was inducted into the university's Athletic Hall of Fame several years ago. He's also a career educator and an academic. And it's for these reasons that he insists academics comes first in Kenyan School District, and particularly for our student athletes. And this is the reason that he was selected as the Administrator of the Year for the state of Utah by the Utah Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. And Dr. Robbins was celebrated by colleagues at the association's recent annual conference. And now we also realize that not every football player in Kenyan School District is going to suit up for the Jets or for the Cowboys, as one of the Brighton High stars recently has. But we know of countless swimmers and tennis players, lacrosse players, dancers, basketball players, and our actors whose achievements paved the way to post-secondary learning and career opportunities. And those opportunities may not have been extended if they wouldn't have had the opportunities to participate in high school. And Dr. Robbins always says, quote, "We put students first when we refer to student athletes, because school sports is about preparing students for the future, for their college and their careers." So congratulations, Dr. Robbins, very well deserved. Our next honorees are the students who won first place in state career and technical education student organization competitions. You can see there the CTSO groups that operate in the Kenyan School District. And we hear all the time from CTE Director Janet Goebel about the amazing things that our CTSO students are doing. And no matter their chosen path, Kenyon's district students are demonstrating what they have to thrive professionally and academically. 26 students from CTSO schools at all of our traditional comprehensive high schools, plus the Kenyon's Technical Education Center, earned first place honors at state competitions this season. Now, as I mentioned, CTSOs are career and technical education student organizations. They sponsor activities and competitive events to give students the opportunity to showcase their career readiness in many fields. This year, first place awards were given to Elle Rearson from CTech in Principles of Hospitality, Mia Palmer from Corner Canyon High in Sports and Entertainment. In FBLA competitions, Selena Yu from Hillcrest in Business Calculations, Hamza Khan from Hillcrest High in Hospitality and Event Management, Achinta Mahaja from Hillcrest High School, also in Hospitality and Events Management, Anika Balakrishnan from Hillcrest High, Hospitality and Events Management, and Brian Way from Hillcrest High, Introduction to Financial Math. In the FCCLA, the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, Autumn Engstrom from Alta High, Baking and Pastry, Anna Collis from Corner Canyon High in Sports Nutrition, Michaela Hamelin from Corner Canyon High in the Knowledge Bowl, Brooklyn Evans, Scout Evans, Eliza Toon, and Anna Whitmore, all from Canyon's district schools. Anna's from Brighton, but the rest are from Corner Canyon, taking first place in the Knowledge Bowl. HOSA for Future Health Professionals, Ariana Hinckley, Hillcrest High School, Health Education, Lucas Road, Hillcrest High, Health Education, Sawamya Paritala from Hillcrest High, Health Education, Achinta Sai Yoganath from Hillcrest High, Creative Problem Solving, Stephen Rhodes, Hillcrest High, Creative Problem Solving, Edward Lowe, Hillcrest High, Creative Problem Solving, Caitlin Green, C-Tech Home Health Aid, Anna Kolhase, C-Tech Physical Therapy. In Skills USA, Carter Strong, Corner Canyon High School, Technical Drafting, Educators Rising, Aaliyah Hershey from Jordan High in Ethical Dilemma, Kenzie West from Jordan High, Ethical Dilemma, and Lexi Auerbach from Jordan High, Ethical Dilemma. So congratulations to those we have recognized. We also want to say break a leg to the students at Alta and Hillcrest High School who are nominated for major awards at the Utah High School Musical Theater Competition. They will announce those winners on Saturday. They earned nominations for the productions Holiday Inn and SpongeBob the Musical. I saw them both. They were fantastic. Congratulations to our theater students for being nominated, and cross your fingers that we will have some awards to announce at the next board meeting from our students who excel on the stage. President Tingy, thank you for this time. We appreciate it so that we can talk about the important issues and achievements of this faculty, staff, and students of the Canyon School District.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. We appreciate the time that you take to share those with us. And we do appreciate all the great and wonderful things that are happening every day throughout the district. We have now come to the patron, patron comment portion of the meeting. While not required by law, the board often designates time and meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. And please be aware that patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyon's district, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary, Cindy over here, at the meeting, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Time allotted for public comment tonight is 45 minutes. Based on the number of individuals that we have had sign up, we will give individuals 3 minutes and those representing a group 4 minutes. Comments made during patron comment time are part of the public record. It's the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that these comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on these personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used in Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the public patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. So thank you. I will call names 3 so that you can kind of know when you're up next. So we will start with Steve Elison, and then Darren Roberts, and then Cami, and I apologize in advance for mispronouncing your name, Cami. So if you'll be able to correct me when it's your turn up the microphone. Cami Kuchenskier. Okay, there's a little, thank you. And so we'll start with Mr. Elison. Yes. Yes, so individuals 3 minutes, those representing groups 4 minutes. Yes. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Stevie, listen, so nice to be on this side of the dais. I almost said yes to the approval of the minutes, and then I realized I hadn't even read them. So when I walked in tonight, someone said, "Oh, you must be And I thought they were going to say Representative Vilas, and I said, USB Marley's dad. And that was very refreshing because that's a title I'll always retain. I'm here in my actually two roles, but primarily as role as a parent of my daughter who attends Jordan Valley, in particular to talk about the issue of compensation of paraprofessionals. I'd like to just start out by saying, give all those that work with our special ed students a big shout out, and particularly our paraprofessionals who I believe are working far below what their market worth is. My wife was talking to a long-term paraprofessional who said, I don't think I can do this much longer because of the economic pressures of housing and inflation, even though I love this job. And I believe we currently have 12 openings. Interestingly, this past legislative session, the Utah Highway Patrol, we were losing to other agencies, jobs outside of law enforcement. And it didn't really matter what step or lane or percent increase they got. We had to make a change necessary to retain them and to grow the force. And that equated to about a 32% increase, which was what we needed to do. Driving home tonight, I saw along I-15 a bacon factory. I mean, who wouldn't want to work in a bacon factory? Starting at $17 to $19.25 an hour entry level. I know the difficulties of working with special ed students and the rewards, but it's very, very challenging. So I think that regardless of what the details of the compensation increase that I hope that the board will approve in the future, the true measure of whether it's effective will be the lack of vacancies when school resumes in the school at Jordan Valley and in our other special education facilities. Lastly, I'm going to briefly put on my representative hat on behalf of, I've been contacted by constituents regarding graduation regalia in terms of our Pacific Islander students, Polynesian students. The legislature passed HB 30 last session unanimously saying that tribal students can wear this at graduation. I think that from a spirit of the law perspective, I hope that unnecessary restrictions aren't put on certain cultures when, at least in the area of tribal students, the state has sent a unanimous message that those that type of regalia or apparel should be permitted. So thank you for your time. I hope I'm not over. I was waiting for a loud buzz.
Cindy's says you're good.
Yeah,
No,
okay, thank you.
thank you. And thank you for your service in our community, both as a representative and as Marley's dad. Okay. Darren Roberts, and then Cami, and then Sione Ofa.
Alofa lava. That means hi in Samoan. My name is Darren Tanielu Roberts. I am a freshman at Brighton High School, and I wanted to thank the Kenyan School District for giving me this moment to talk on behalf of the issue of cultural attire and wearing a floral lace at graduation. Cultural identity is so important to me and many others who are here today, hence the reason why I am here standing and talking to each of you. What we wear in our culture is not a decoration nor costume, and it is not something to be treated as a joke. What we wear symbolizes respect and symbolizes many different aspects of our cultural identity. Growing up, I was always told to be humble, but to always be proud of who I am, of who I represent. Cultural wear is important to me and many others of different cultural identities because it represents our struggles, it represents our hard work, and most importantly, it represents our family heritage and our achievements. As for the leis, each one symbolizes gratitude, appreciation, and especially the giver's love towards us in recognition of our hard work towards earning a diploma in school. This means so much because many of us are first-generation citizens and full-time students striving for higher education and a better life for our families. This issue affects not only Pacific Islander students like me, but other ethnic groups who want to represent their culture as well. I think that by bringing this issue into the spotlight, it will help highlight who we are as one in different aspects of diversity, and it signifies the obstacles that we have faced. Most importantly, I believe that upholding our cultural traditions in such an important event, such as graduation, should be essential in all aspects of academics. And even though I am a freshman, I ask that you hear my plea so that we may all be equal and that generations to come will be able to represent and recognize all cultural attires and diversity amongst our own communities in school and in public. We as the minority ask for this to be addressed and for us to be allowed to wear our identity during such an important event in our lives. I believe that if we are united as one, then we will admire all and we can stand proud together. Thank you.
Thank you. Cami, Sione, and then Elisa Folau.
Hi, my name is Cami Kuczynski. This is my son, Timmy Kuczynski. I brought a picture today because he would not last very long in this setting. Timmy is 8.5 years old and he has a lot of challenges. Just recently, last week, he was mistaken for a 3-year-old, if that gives you any idea of where he's at. Timmy loves Sesame Street and he loves the Wiggles, and Timmy loves to swing. Those are some of his favorite things to do. Timmy has Down syndrome and is most likely going to be diagnosed with autism as well. Timmy has a hard time walking and he is completely nonverbal and has a lot of challenges communicating. The kids at Jordan Valley have a lot of challenges that kids at other schools don't have. The staff at Jordan Valley works wonders with Timmy and the other kids there. I can't say enough nice things about Timmy's teachers. Recently, it's been brought to my attention that the district could be doing a better job at compensating the paraeducators at Jordan Valley. Please don't make any more challenges for these kids than they already have. Please do whatever it takes to increase the pay so that the classrooms can be fully staffed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sione, Elisa, and Candace Duncan.
Malolele, Pulavinaka, Talofalava, Yorana, Kiora, and aloha to all. First and foremost, I want to address the Kenyan School District for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Sione Matakayongo Ofa, and I'm a junior attending Brighton High School. I am honored as a Tongan, Pacific Islander, and person of color to address the issue of wearing a floral lei or any cultural attire at graduation. Growing up in a traditional Polynesian household, especially here in the States, I, as well as many others, were taught that dressing in your cultural attire, such as wearing a lei, tauvala, ie, or any sort of attire, is your identity to cherish. I feel that prohibiting such attire is the same as prohibiting someone's own identity and well-being. With being said, this issue has become an issue amongst Polynesian and other minorities as school districts have banned cultural attire. This issue had came to mind because such things as wearing a lei is a big significance across all Polynesian islands and honoring a person for their hard work and accomplishments. In our culture, as I'm wearing now, a tauvala shows our respect for our elders, teachers, and officials like you guys. But the same goes to wearing gowns in courts. I question because wearing a lei or any cultural clothing is no different than wearing a cord, and which signifies one's own accomplishment in academics. Wearing a gown is a European tradition that originated from the 12th century. We are celebrating European identity at graduations every year. I ask that you allow us to honor and celebrate the diversity of other graduates as well. I believe that having equality for all at graduation will start by others having their own cultural attire being recognized and have the background of diversity and which makes up our beautiful communities. I ask that my opinion will be taken to heart and mind in putting a compromise to allowing students to wear cultural attire at graduation. I hope that you all understand that this issue has a big impact on factors leading to identity crisis amongst our youth today. Mahalo apito, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Elisa Folau, Candace Duncan, and then Amy Johnson.
Maloelele and sorry, Maloelele and good evening. My name is Elisa Salia Falau, and I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to talk to you all today. I am a graduating senior at Brighton High School this year. And as you probably know, if you have family or kids, I did not do it on my own. Between having help for homework and getting picked up and dropped off and getting talked about for my grades and yelled at for my grades, graduation is a big deal. And graduation really isn't for me. It's not for my fellow students or graduates. It's for our families. It's to say thank you to them, and being able to wear our ta'ovalas and our leis represents our gratitude towards them. So it's very important to us, and these are things that aren't just articles of clothing. They are traditions and stories, and they are worn for special occasions like weddings and baptisms and funerals and graduations. So I humbly ask that, as it's my last year, my only time to walk down and accept a diploma, that I am allowed to represent my family with pride and my culture with pride, and wear the appropriate clothing. While I do understand that there is a concern for distraction, like wearing Cheeto bags and Kit Kats wrapped in plastic to your eyes, we do ask that we're just allowed to wear respectful leis of flowers to show our aunties and our mothers' hard work for making them, and our be able to wear the ta'ovalas of our families. And while the other concern about this issue is that we might be disrupting the unity of wearing a cap and gown and disrupting the representation of unity in our school, I think the most important thing about unity is that we show that we are from different backgrounds. We're from different upbringings and families and traditions. And by wearing our cultural wear, we are showing our individuality and our diversity through also wearing our caps and gowns and showing our unity with the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace Duncan, Amy Johnson, and then Marianne Barrows.
Those are amazing costumes. But my name is Candace Duncan, and I'm a nurse at the Jordan Valley School. I would like to address the issue of a raise for our paraeducators in the district. At our school, we have about 100 students, including Marley and Timothy, and almost 70 staff members. The students range from kindergarten to 22 years old. I would like to share some reasons why the paraeducators at our school not only need, but deserve a raise. As a nurse, I run around the school responding to the medical needs of our students and staff. This includes things like assessing students for illness and injuries, first aid for injuries, replacing G-tubes, treating seizures, dealing with emergencies, and administering medications. While I'm running around doing my thing, I get to see everyone else in action attending to their duties. What I see amazes me. Every single paraeducator college I have the privilege of working with are some of the most responsible, hardworking, wonderful, patient, and kind-hearted people I've ever met. They are amazing. They break into small groups to help the students reach their educational behavioral goals. They change the students' clothes and diapers. They feed the students. They're the first responders in emergency. They help transfer the students to different classes. When we are short-staffed, and that's often, they all pitch in to cover other classes if they can. They help the students learn to listen and regulate their behaviors. From what I see, they do a great job. I can't say this because I evaluate student learning goals or their job performance, but I can say this because I have really seen students' communication and behaviors improve over time from their efforts. I really have. The job that a paraeducator does is invaluable and rewarding, but it can also be hard. Some of our students can suffer from aggressive behaviors towards themselves or others. Some medications we give have been prescribed by doctors to help the student with severe behavioral issues related to psychological agitation. When some students are agitated, they will express that agitation through physical aggression against themselves and others. It's the paraeducators and the teachers who apply their safety care training to protect the students from injuring themselves or others. They also follow BIPs or behavioral intervention plans that teachers create and paraeducators help implement. I have seen paraeducators place themselves in harm's way to protect an aggressive student from self-harm or to help protect another student. I treat staff injuries when they come to our clinic, and they have a lot of injuries, and I didn't put them in because they can be, it was kind of graphic. Sometimes they laugh it off, and sometimes they come in shaking and crying. They need a few moments to calm down before they head back to the office or head back to help, and this is why we keep chocolate in our clinic. The risk of physical injury is a hard thing to have as part of your job description. If they keep coming back day after day with kindness and patience in their hearts. Currently, there are 12 open paraeducator positions at our school and no applicants. If you want to attract and retain good people, you need to pay them what they're worth. You can't pay them what they're worth because they're invaluable, but please, please give them at least a lane 6 starting salary raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Johnson, Marianne Barrows, and Ruth Taylor.
Hi, my name's Amy Fetter Johnson, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am the chair of our school community council at Diamond Ridge High School, and I want to address the proposal to change start times. As a school community council member and as a parent of a Diamond Ridge High School student, we all know how valuable an asset Diamond Ridge is and an option to our Kenyan school district for those kids that are at risk for graduation. Currently, Diamond Ridge High School is exiting school improvement status regarding the minimum acceptable graduation rate. So just to put into context, the demographics at Diamond Ridge High School has 21% of our students working in order to assist and support their families. Currently, our buses don't arrive until 15 minutes after the bell rings, so approximately 3:30. Students are then delivered to their boundary high school and need to arrange to get home or work from there. If we change the start times by 20 minutes, dismissal wouldn't be until around 3:35, 3:40-ish, and buses wouldn't arrive at 4 o'clock, and most after-school jobs start at about 4. We have kids dropping out of 7th period currently since work is a priority to them out of need to provide. And dropping 7th period costs our students 1 credit a year, adding to their already extensive credit recovery list. If they were to drop 6th and 7th period, that's 2 credits and will not have the opportunity to take those for original credit or make up credit, which we see as a huge loss. So once again, out of priority, we feel that the kids would choose work in order to help provide. As a school community council, we want to do everything we can to help our students graduate. Therefore, we need them in class as much as possible. We can't afford our graduation rates to fall even further. And in order to succeed, our students need to accomplish both school and work. We understand the proposed change is beneficial for some schools, but it is detrimental to the graduation rate at Diamond Ridge High School, impacting not only student, but family and staff as well. So we strongly object to moving the start time at Diamond Ridge High School, and thank you so much for your consideration and listening.
Thank you. Marianne Barrows, Ruth Taylor, and then Sally Scott.
Hi, I'm Marianne Barrows. I am the School Community Council Chair at Draper Park Middle School. Want to thank my associate at Diamond Ridge for also being here tonight. And I want to thank the school board for your tireless efforts on this issue. Middle school start time and secondary school start time in general is an issue that we've been asked to look at as a legislative priority. And I understand the survey that went out and the community input that came back was a little bit complicated. While the Draper Park Middle School community is overwhelmingly in favor of a later start time because our kids catch the bus at 6:45 a.m. and start school at 7:30 a.m., we realize that this has a huge trickle-down effect and while we originally looked at maybe what would be the least impact, I feel like we haven't really asked the right questions yet. I don't think we've found the right solution yet. Overwhelmingly, the parents that I've talked to in the community have suggested that it would make a lot more sense to flip the schedule and have elementary school students starting earlier so that secondary students can start at an appropriate time. It doesn't make sense to us that everybody has to be pushed back later in order that we can start middle school later than 7:30. I do appreciate all the effort that has been put in though, and I hope that we're not done yet. I hope that we continue asking questions until we find the right solution for everybody. I don't think that our elementary school students should have to pay the price. I don't think that our Diamond Ridge students should have to pay the price to get the start time at an appropriate time for Draper Park. It doesn't seem like the right question to ask a parent. Do you want your first grader to be getting off the bus at 4:30 p.m. in order that your sixth grader doesn't have to get on the bus at 6:45 a.m.? It's just like a no-win situation. So I think we need to keep looking at bus routes and keep looking at start times until we find something that works efficiently for everybody. And I know that's a difficult thing and a hard ask, but I hope that we'll keep looking at it. Let's see. It pains me to say this because the start time is an issue I've been working on for a long time. And by the time it gets handled, I'm not going to have a child at middle school anymore. But I will still have students at the high school, and I hope that it helps them as well. I want to strongly suggest that we take a look at a complete overhaul on start times and bus routes, if that's what it takes to get the middle school and secondary school schedules in line with the American Association of Pediatrics and the CDC recommendations, as well as Utah legislative priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ruth Taylor and then Sally Scott.
Hi, thank you for letting us be here today and taking your evening for this. I am a paraeducator at Jordan Valley School. Most of these are younger than me, but I want you to know I found a niche that fits me and fits this time in my life that I really need. I have had many, many careers in my life, and so I bring a real variety of skills. I'm the mother of 7 children who are all college graduates, who are all functioning well in our communities. But I started substitute teaching many years ago, substitute taught for many, many years, both in Jordan and Kenyan School District, all ages. I'm a lifelong learner, so I always brought interesting things to the classes with me. So I came as a teacher, not just as a babysitter or to sit there. And I loved it. I started always being able to find a job at Jordan Valley School because they always had openings. And in that process, I got to know 90% of the kids in the school. I'd worked with them and at some point realized that they desperately needed full-time people. I was bringing about $1,000 home a month to help with our income. My husband's a retired firefighter paramedic as a substitute teacher. When I went full-time, my next check was $200. I was so humiliated. I wouldn't have hurt more if I'd been shot. And several factors. You're paying for insurance that's coming out. They're putting it over the summer. So you're going to get paid during the summer. But nonetheless, I would have rather had what I earned. And I would rather have what I earned and be able to invest it instead of the school district deciding that I can't invest the money I've already earned. So just a couple of things there, but that's one of the reasons you're having a hard time retaining people at our schools. Another thing is it is very, very difficult. As Candace said, we are both nurses and teachers. And I should say too, I taught 27 students in 2nd grade for 2 years at Athlos Charter School. And I know the responsibilities of those teachers, and these teachers, though they have less numbers of students, it is much, much more difficult. Every child comes almost with a different personality every day because of their autism and their challenges and the things that set them off. And so these people who come and know these students and have rotated through these classes, which they really do move us around, we are able to deal with these emergencies that in most situations, there wouldn't be someone to deal with them. So is that my time? Anyway, I think you get the gist. We love coming to see these students and be with these students, but we need your support to keep us there.
Thank you. Yeah, our final speaker will be Sally Scott.
I know we have some teachers, Dr. Robbins. Thank you for starting. So my name is Sally Scott. I'm a special education teacher at Jordan Valley School, who you've heard from. Jordan Valley is a Title I special school. On average, we have around 100 students at our school that occupy 11 classrooms, spanning from kindergarten age children all the way to adults in our transition program. If our school was fully staffed, every classroom would have 3 paraeducators and 1 classroom teacher. Additionally, some of our students require additional supports in the form of critical needs paraeducators, 4 of whom are currently working at Jordan Valley. Despite what might seem like an ideal situation of staff to student ratio, even when fully staffed, each of our 100 students has a single individualized education program detailing numerous reading, math, social emotional, behavioral, and life skills goals. Our paraeducators assist with gathering data, assisting with feeding, changing, toileting, responding to significant behaviors, assisting teachers with executing their students' IEPs, among a multitude of other duties. The supports our paraeducators provide to our students are both essential and federally mandated in students' IEP service patterns. However, Jordan Valley has not been fully staffed this year, and our students have suffered the brunt of this staffing deficit. On average, this past year, we have had 10 open substitute positions per day, many of which went unfilled, forcing our principal to reallocate pairs to various classrooms on a daily basis simply to allow the functions of the daily classroom to happen. Unfortunately, the staffing crisis at Jordan Valley will be worse next year. If we were fully staffed, we would have 35 paraeducators next school year. But instead, we have 12 paraeducator positions open, with many more positions likely to open in the coming weeks. This lack of staffing is due much in part due to the lack of compensation for our paraeducators. Their starting pay of $13.71 an hour at lane 2 or $15.50 an hour at lane 3 for ABS pairs is not nearly enough to attract new applicants for the position or to retain our current staff. While pairs do have the opportunity to take 5 two-hour classes to increase their pay by 1 lane, all of these classes are unpaid and off-contract hours. This class schedule is simply untenable for many of our pairs to attend, given many pairs work second jobs just to afford rent, gas, and food to support their families. If the Kenyan School District Board of Education does not choose to raise paraeducator pay starting to lane 6, our students at Jordan Valley will suffer the greatest impact. By raising paraeducators starting pay to lane 6, you will be exercising a commitment to excellence to our Jordan Valley students. By raising paraeducator pay, you'll be recognizing the inherent worth of our Jordan Valley students by providing them with the essential supports they need to learn and grow in a safe environment. As I said the last time, I hope you listen well to us because we need your support desperately. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the patron comment portion of the meeting, and we really appreciate everyone that has been here and spoken to the board and for your respectful and thoughtful comments to us, and we appreciate that so much. Next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. But before I do that, I realize I failed to excuse Mrs. Oakes from the meeting. So thank you. So for the consent agenda, I will ask for a motion. And if they're in making that motion, please list all of the items on the consent agenda.
Okay, I will make that motion. So I move to approve the consent agenda. Item A, approval of minutes for April 19th, 2022. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of 2022-2023 land trust and TSSA plans, which have received 2 signatures from 2 board members. F, approval of superintendent contract from July 1, 2022 to July 30th, 2024. And G, approval of business administrator contract from July 1, 2022 to July 30th, 2024.
Okay, I'm just going to suggest a little correction. You mentioned July 30th, but it's actually June 30th as listed on the
which
agenda.
one? On both of them?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
June, not July. Okay, I guess I need my glasses.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to this motion?
I have one question.
Yes.
Part of the motion was to approve the 2022-23 land trust and TFA plans, which have received signatures from 2 board members. Those that have not received 2 signatures, will that come back as a separate motion, or will they fall under this umbrella when they do?
They will fall under this umbrella as soon as they receive 2 signatures.
And so a motion in another meeting will not be necessary?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion to this motion? All right, seeing none, I'll ask for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next item is new business, item 8A, approval of the 2022-23 Canyons Education Association negotiated agreement. This is action requested, and I will turn time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Tingy. We have provided you out on board docs right now a tentative agreement with our CEA. We certainly appreciate them negotiating with us over the last couple of weeks. I just want to mention the team members from both sides representing the CEA, Catherine Smith from Altera Elementary here tonight, Mallory Record from Jordan High, Mitchell Atencio from Corner Canyon High, Rebecca Allen from Bella Vista, Christopher Wark from Indian Hills Middle, and their representative from Jordan Uniserve, Laura Arnold. And then representing Canyons was Dr. Robbins, myself, Dan Harper, General Counsel, Steve Diamond, Director of Human Resources, and Charlie Evans, Director of External Affairs. Let me just go over you the summary that the whole 98-page agreement is out on board docs. That's what you'll agree. Here is just a summary. They're also on board docs. We just want to go over with you. We agreed to fund step increments for each employee and also fund a 4.25% cost of living adjustment based on step 20 of the teacher salary schedule. Keep in mind that COLA will not wait. That 4.25 COLA will not be distributed equally based on where you land or sitting on that schedule. Those in the upper steps, first few steps, 1 through 10 will receive a greater COLA. Those below step 20 would receive less of a COLA. So it's just where you land on that. However, it should be noted that each teacher would receive a $3,715 compensation increase starting next year in July. That is $900 for the step. The COLA is $2,725, and with our increase in TSSA funding from the state, that increased $90 again for that, $3,715. Our starting base salary will be $54,665. That's going to be at least in the top 5. I'm not sure where other districts are at, but we'll be very, very high up there on the list. So we want to get that starting salary out there for our new candidates. We will also fund what we call education enhancements for increased in education. That's about $234,000. We've also been working with CEA on revamping our activities and athletics differential. We appreciate Steve Diamond leading that and everyone who's worked on that. That increase is about $412,000. Again, that's for our coaches across all levels. They're going to be one of the highest paid in the state, from baseball, softball, tennis, whatever, as well as the activities that would be yearbook, student body officers, drama, debate type activities. Again, those will vary across each school. Also, with insurance going up this year, we have agreed to a 2% increase in the district share and a 1% increase in the employee share. The total for the cost of the district is about $307,000. For the employees, it's about $42,000. That's just for licensed employees. So with this, so that is the financial package right there. Let me also mention a couple policy changes. Again, a new maternity policy where we will grant up to 6 weeks of consecutive calendar weeks, for paid leave for mother's recovery. You can see the agreement there. Again, big thank you to the board for allowing that to happen. We will also look at our new starting teachers who come in. Their first paycheck was always on September 15th. We're going to bump that up to August 31st. So get it a little bit sooner for those first teachers. Then second year, they'll revert back. So we get 25 pays their first year. They'll revert back to 24 starting in year 2. We've also made some modifications to the transfer window and to our GASB cleanup language in our GASB OPEB policy. Finally, we've also agreed that the legislature, again, thank you to Representative Easlin for being here, that they passed a bill, HB 396. It grants up to 32 hours of professional development. We've agreed to make sure they have paid at least the in-service rate, which next year will be $36.74, which will be on another $1,175 on top of what we've talked about, that $3,715. Okay. And there will also be a couple task force to look at the preparation time for the elementary teachers and make some recommendations there, as well as looking at other issues throughout the district, such as class size reduction, special education issues, or orderly termination policy. They're on number 11 there. So with that, I'll ask if there's any questions or a motion or whatever you'd like to on this agreement. Again, we appreciate that. And if I can just speak as a dad, thank you to the 2,000 teachers we have out there. They are so valuable to us, and we certainly appreciate all they do every day for our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board, questions? Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Schill.
Mr. Wilcox, you mentioned that this 4.25% is not allocated equally across the pay scale. For a new teacher coming in, what percent increase would that be at the top end or at the entry level?
Again, I don't have that number here. I'm guessing it would be 6.5%. Okay, but I don't have that. I don't have that number calculated.
And at the other end, what would you guess it would be?
Using the 3,700, clowning the step increase, it'd be about 4.6.
4.6.
Yeah. That would include the step, the TSA, and the COLA. Yeah.
And on the bottom end, you said 6.5, 6.25.
Yeah, 6.5 to 7 in that range. Yeah. I have not calculated that.
Okay. And would that include the increase from where the entry level was a year ago to where it would be this year?
Yeah.
Plus?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Schill.
I just wanted to add a comment just about the coaches' salaries going up, and just remind everyone, the board and public included, that that was negotiated last year, that we would look at that. And so that was part of what was negotiated, was for us to look at that salary scale. And so we did that. And that's why we did raise that.
And comment, I don't think there's a district around us that will have higher paid coaches than us. And we know how important they are because they're working directly with our kids. And so we know that great influence coaches have on them really for the rest of their lives. So we're excited to do that.
Mrs. Arnold and then Mrs. Nybauer. For clarification, we are now talking about athletic coaches, not instructional coaches. For those people out there who might not know which type of coaches we are talking about.
And I also want to say that we have two, one for athletic coaches and also one for activities, as I mentioned, debate, student government, drama. The principals know all the clubs. Again, they have these advisors have such a huge impact on our students. So we appreciate all they do.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybauer.
I just wanted to make a comment based on what we heard in patron comments tonight regarding our paraeducators, specifically at Jordan Valley. As I will go ahead and approve what we have negotiated this year, I've taken down notes, and I just wanted to personally express my thanks for coming, and that I really value, and I know I'm sure everyone else does as well, the work that goes on with our special education children. And I have and I believe that we will continue to make discussions about how to help this in the future. And just wanted you to know that that's something that I take very seriously. And I appreciate you coming and look forward to helping support you better. And that's all. Can I make a clarification? Yeah, go ahead. And then Mr. Wrigley. So Mrs. Arnold and then Mr. Wrigley.
For clarification, we have not even done paraeducators. We're only doing the licensed teaching staff. So that is not going to be included in our decision tonight.
Mr. Wrigley.
Just to clarify, this is probably one of the hardest decisions that the board makes during the year. We're running about a 10% cost of living. So we knew going into this, no matter what we did, we're not going to meet the cost of living. However, and we have had several people come and testify before us, and we have several people in many different positions that need increases. So as we've struggled to try to figure out how do you spread the small family budget, because the legislature does not give us the cost of living. They give us what they give us. And then we've got to take and try to figure out how do we spread that around and still meet all of our needs. So I think we've got the ESPs coming up, and this is always a real difficult thing, trying to figure out, and it's never, we value one employee group over another employee group. This is a family. It's almost like saying I value one child over my other child. I mean, everybody here contributes to the educational welfare of each one of our children. And so how we do that, and I know it's really important on compensation. I mean, I'd love to give everybody 10%. There's just not in the budget to do that. So we've tried the best in this. I think we've got a pretty good arrangement going on, at least within this, and we'll be talking about the others, the ESP ones coming up. But I wouldn't want your job, as people say, Leon. This is a difficult job trying to figure out how do you balance all of this stuff in addition to trying to figure out how do you deal with increased classroom costs, increased busing cost, substitute costs that are increased, all this overtime. I mean, everything has been sort of hitting us. So this has been a very difficult time. So I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate each person that's come in, each group that's come in to negotiate. They pretty much realize that we're trying to do our best. And thank you for coming in and being willing to work with us as we try to spread this out, not valuing any person more than the other or less, but trying to figure out how do we spread this out so that we can maintain our quality staff. and draw other quality staff in with a limited amount of budget and the huge competition we're having for everything. I mean, it wasn't too bad for a para when McDonald's wasn't paying 15, 16 bucks an hour. And all of a sudden they're paying 15, 60, and they could do it because if you've gone into McDonald's, they're raising their prices. We cannot raise our prices within this district. Is people going back to our taxpayers right now and saying, oh, we'd like to raise our taxes by such and such. This is not a good thing to do when everybody's just struggling to meet all ends. So it's sort of interesting when you don't have that direct way you could pass it on. So thank you, each one, and thank you for the people that negotiated and our negotiating staff.
Thank you, Mrs. Neubauer. Just a point of clarification, and I appreciate Ms. Arnold, what she was saying. Acknowledging that what we're doing tonight, it isn't affecting the paras, but trying to do a tie-in as best I could since it's not on the agenda. It is one budget with lots of moving parts. And while some of those people are still in the room, I just wanted to acknowledge that I've heard and taken notes. So again, acknowledging what Mr. Wrigley said with the labor shortage and doing the best we can with this situation. So thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Wilcox?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, I was going to say this is an action requested, so a motion is in order.
I'd like to make a motion for approval of the 2022-2023 Canyons Educational Association negotiated agreement as negotiated by our negotiating team and the CEA.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to the motion?
Yeah.
Mr. Milliberg.
I kind of feel like I'm caught between a rock and a hard spot here, because we have the Canyons Education Association and their people that come in and negotiated in good faith. We also have our representatives from the district that have negotiated with them in what I will call good faith. And I will tell you that based upon my own belief system and my own principles, I will be voting no on the motion that has just been made. And I'm going to be voting no on the negotiated agreement with the Canyons Education Association because, number one, research shows that the number one factor of student success is a classroom teacher. I also feel that our most seasoned veteran teachers understand what goes on in a classroom. And I feel like these individuals have been targeted, if I can use such a term, and that the agreement is unfairly skewed in favor of the new teachers and as well unfairly skewed against our veteran teachers. The agreement, as you indicated, Mr. Wilcox, includes a 4.25% COLA, which includes the $900 step. The step is in addition to that. The two of them total $3,715, correct? Which will not be distributed percentage-wise evenly throughout the pay scale. It's not shared, in my opinion, equally by all licensed classroom teachers. The 4.25 hits right at step 20. And if we do a math problem here and say the average high school, Mindy, you're smiling at me because I said math, right? You check my math. Okay. High school seniors graduate at about 18 years of age. Okay. If they go directly to college and they work hard for 4 years, they come out with a bachelor's degree. Then if they work 20 years, and I understand there are mitigating circumstances in there, they might do special accreditation, they might do other stuff. They might get a master's, which would move them closer faster. But just say they have a bachelor's degree and they just teach. For them to reach step 20 will mean they are roughly 42 years of age. And even if they do the acceleration, they're probably 37 to 45 if they come directly in and continue to teach continuously. I feel like we are targeting our senior most teachers. 40 seems to be a magic number in employment law. First year teachers come up with roughly a 7% increase. Our veteran teachers come up with roughly a 4.6% increase. Now, the way I see this, I would like to offer our senior most experienced, seasoned veteran teachers to receive a pay increase equal to the amount of what a first year teacher would get on a percentage basis. I would also like to see our teachers just starting out to see that they have a future in education as a classroom teacher. And that they can continue to teach and support a family with what they earn as a teacher. By skewing it to the beginning end, veteran teachers, I believe, are being harmed. I also believe that if this, we talk about a teacher shortage. The teacher shortage can be solved in two ways. The teacher shortage can be solved by bumping up our starting salary and recruiting new teachers right out of college. The second way our teacher shortage can be solved is to be fair, to fairly compensate our veteran teachers and retain teachers. I believe that the average age or average step of our teachers in the district is what, right around step 10? 10-ish?
Probably in that range, yeah.
In that range. And so I would like to be able to do something for the veteran teachers to encourage people to stay in education and feel like they could stay in a classroom and not need to leave the classroom either for a different career or to go into administration. And so for these reasons, I will vote no. I know it'll be a 6-1 vote, but that's the way it is. Thanks.
Thank you. Other discussion to this motion? Mrs. Nybauer?
I want to thank Mr. Millerberg for advocating for the veteran teachers. I understand that that comes from his heart and his appreciation for teachers. And I know it takes a lot of courage to follow what you feel is right. We did have a lengthy discussion about this earlier this evening. And I think there were quite a few of us that are committed to looking at different models for next year to see what is best to incentivize veteran teachers to remain working here and for us. And so I look forward to seeing other options and things for the future. That's all.
Any other discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
No. So that motion passes 5-1.
As predicted.
And next on the agenda is approval of the 2022-23 compensation package for Canyon School District administrators. This also is action requested, and I will turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Tingy. Again, we met with our administrators, a couple of them are here tonight. That would be Tom Sherwood from Brighton High, Paula, who We led our pledge from Butler Middle, also had Angela Wilkinson from Sunrise and Margaret Schwaneke from Mid Valley. And then Dr. Robbins, Dan Harper, and myself with the district. Just to, again, go over their compensation quickly. We will fund steps, same at 4.25% COLA and a 1.25 one-time stipend for those administrators on the top step. There were about 58 of those. Again, also the 2% district increase in the insurance and 1% for the employees, same as the teachers. This equals out to about $1.291 million increase, or about 5.25% over the base from this current year. We also agreed to continue to look at an equity funding model on placing teachers based on dual emerge. Some of those factors would be dual immersion, ELL students, clusters, SALTA, and a variety of other issues as well. And then also, we'd like to make sure we can give our new principals the adequate training on mainly on building management, running a building once they become there. So, and leadership. So that is the overall agreement there. Again, we want to thank all our principals for all they do. Again, if I could speak as a dad, I always look forward to Sunday morning, 8 o'clock on the dot. I get an email from my principal at Oak Hollow on the upcoming week without fail. It means a lot to get that. So we know how much they care about our students, and we just want to thank them for all they do. So with that, have any questions?
Any questions? Mrs. Shield?
I don't have a question. I just want to thank our administrators. I think they're amazing. They're great. They do such a good job, and it's not an easy job, and we do appreciate everything they do. I did notice that there is a typo on the document. It says that Margaret Schwaneke is from Sunrise Elementary.
I corrected that, but I sent the wrong one.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
I
correct
just
on
noticed that.
my machine over there. But
Okay, so I just want to make sure we got that right. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Mr. Wrigley?
I want to thank our administrative staff for all they do, but more than that, for choosing to work for us. When we do a negotiation and we work with our administrative staff, this is really tricky, since a lot of other districts love our staff since they're so well trained and are always trying to steal our staff. So as we look at this, we try to figure out now how can we get the staff more what they're worth, but not have enough to move around every place else, because another district starting with G often takes a lot of our administrators, our vice principals, and makes them into principals and other stuff. The pay range on administrators is fairly high, but you have to remember these people are usually seasoned veterans. They almost all have master's degrees, and many of them have PhDs. And so on the open market, they're worth a lot. So if you've done this, I think the package again is 5.24, half of what the cost of living is. But it's the best we can do on that. And I do appreciate each one of you for being willing. Teachers go crazy. Administrators, especially over the last couple of years with COVID, have almost a 24/7 job. Ask some of our communications people who never sleep at night because they're always got something going down. There is no off duty for an administrator that has a building or even at the district level. So thank you. And especially the groups that came together for this, for the negotiation. And again, once again, I wish we could be able to do more, but I think we did probably about as good as we could this year with all the ramifications we have. So thank you for staying with us and supporting the district.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Before I ask for a motion, I'll just make a comment on both of these negotiated agreements. As has been mentioned, the negotiations are a challenge. This is really challenging. And I appreciate those that were directly involved in those discussions and understand how important it is that everyone understand kind of where people are coming from. And as you know, has been mentioned and we've heard tonight, there are just a tremendous amount of needs in our district, but there's also a tremendous amount of dedication and commitment. And as I go in and able to go into the schools and see what happens in each classroom, whether it's at Jordan Valley or one of our high schools or wherever it is, there's so much great work happening and so much dedication and meeting with our principals. And we just approved all the land trust and TSSP plans, and the amount of work that goes into that and the thoughtfulness and the dialogue that happens at the local school level that's focused on what that school needs and how they use the resources that are allocated to them to meet those needs. It's just very inspiring to me. And yes, while things are difficult and challenging, it's these leaders in the classroom and leaders in the schools and leaders at the district level as well that keep this system moving forward and improving. And I hope that you all will accept my appreciation, and I feel like I could probably speak for the board as well, their appreciation for all that you're doing and that you will do as this school year comes to an end, and we anticipate and move forward and look forward to the next school year, all the wonderful things that will happen. So now this is an action requested item. I will ask if there is a motion.
I will make a motion for the approval of the 2022-23 compensation package for Kenyan School District administrators, along with my thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll do that. Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Next is item 8C, which will be policy and legislative update. And while Mr. Jeff Christensen is coming forward, I will read the policies that he will present an update on. Policy 600.15, research approval process and surveys. Policy 500.02, student conduct and disciplinary process. Policy 600.02, instructional materials, and policy 600.06, school library material selection and review. This is a first reading, and I will turn the time over to Mr. Christensen.
Thank you, President Tingy. As I present these policies for the first reading this evening, I'm going to group them into three for your review and questions. So let me start first with the research approval process and surveys. On occasion, the district will receive mandates from either the federal government or the state government to engage in surveys. And so we did not have a place in our policy to address those issues. At the same time, on occasion, the board may request information or data from departments or students or employees. So we just have a modification in our research approval process policy to add board-directed surveys and also a place for federal and state surveys. In the federal and state surveys, we have some legal requirements that we have to adhere to when we deal with student and employee information. So in this policy update, we've added provisions to address those issues. And also in our exhibit, we've added where we address the different types of surveys and questionnaires in the district, we've added a placeholder for federal and state surveys. We also included in the research review committee provisions for where they can either work with
outside researchers and their institutions and their institutional review boards, or when we're doing internal research in the district. This will allow, if we receive later federal and state surveys, to address that on a case-by-case basis. The second policy I'll address is the student conduct and disciplinary process. And on board docs, this is a lengthy policy that addresses a variety of issues. We're looking at the narrow issue with this legislative update that deals with our student dress code for graduation and student dress code standards. As was referenced earlier this evening, we have HB 30, which is student tribal regalia use amendments. And what we've done in this policy is added language consistent with the statute to address a student that wants to, or chooses or elects to wear tribal regalia at graduation. And that's specifically defined in the state statute for a tribe, as well as tribal regalia. In the student dress code standards, I'll review these and then we can go back if you have questions. We also felt it was appropriate in reviewing the dress code standards to revise for clarification regarding student clothing and to remove some gender specific language and some unclear terms. As you'll note on board docs, there is a new graphic that has been being proposed to align with the student dress code standards. And then as well as language that is included to address items that are not allowed or prohibited on school clothing. Again, all of these are for first reading, and I can take feedback or questions regarding the student dress code graduation or student dress code standards. Again, this is for first reading. In the student grooming standards for graduation, we have had language since we inherited from Jordan School District that hasn't changed, that sets forth that, I'm just going to refer to the language that specifically in the dress and grooming graduation provisions, that in order to maintain dignity and decorum at high school commencements, students participating in the commencement exercises are subject to dress and code grooming standards as articulated in this policy and required to wear the prescribed cap and gown during the ceremony without additional ornamentation and decoration. That language has primarily been in place to really address that the graduation ceremony itself is not a public forum. It's not a place for private expression of speech, but it's a ceremony where those articles are the prescribed cap and gown. As you'll see later in the document, we've just added where situations where graduation attire may now include as indicated in state statute regarding tribal regalia. The issue that was raised early in our patron comments about Polynesian and Alays, I have just a little bit of information regarding our venues for graduation. Currently, Alta High School goes to the University of Utah, and they specifically have issued guidance for graduation regarding lays. And I have that guidance here to review, and I didn't receive it to put it on board docs. I received it today. The John M. Huntsman Center will be implementing a new policy regarding graduation lays. Under the new policy, school district administration will determine whether or not lays are allowed to be worn during the graduation ceremony. The University of Utah requests 3 weeks prior notice to address lays, and if they're to be worn, they will assess a $2,000 cleaning charge will be added to the district's invoice for wearing lays at the University of Utah. Part of that deals with, they have issues with allergies because of the floral petals, and it leaves leaves and candy on and gets into the ground carpet at the University of Utah. I also looked into the Maverick Center where our other 3 institutions attend. They do not have any restrictions regarding lays. They do have some requirements that deal with balloons and other issues that are prohibited. So as the legislative update is concerned, so we have added as the policy committee the language
consistent with state statute. In the current revision as it stands, we have not made any adjustments to the issue of lays, and I wanted to provide that information to you. I can answer questions regarding the documents
Yeah, okay, so yeah, questions, board?
and or feedback.
Okay, Mrs. Schill and then Mr. Wrigley.
So I do want to start by thanking those 3 students from Brighton, Devin Roberts, Sienna Ofa, and Elisa Falau. And I really appreciate them coming. And I would advocate for the policy committee to discuss this further. And if we don't want to put it in policy, I would just say, is there a way that individual high schools could make the decision? And I mean, because you've just said they can't do it at Hudson Center probably, but other schools might be able to do it. And then also I want to refer to what Representative Elison said, and he said that he thinks that follows the spirit of the law that they just passed. So I would advocate for it, and I think we should put restrictions, right? Like maybe this is a suggestion, maybe just allow them to wear 1 real flowered lei, right? Like because I do see where they have like 10 of them. 10 of them on, and I think that does get distracting. But maybe there's something we can put in policy. Otherwise, can we change language to make it a school decision and let the principals decide? That's my comments.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wrigley, did you have a?
No, thank you.
And then Mrs. Arnold.
We had some discussion in policy committee on this, and it sort of was difficult trying to figure out where do you draw the line, in that we have what 70, 100 different cultures right now in our, I mean, how many different languages do we have in our district? Probably each one of the languages has their own culture. And so that becomes, where do you draw the line as to, this is pretty specific and is mostly, so that's the question we ran into. Where do you say? I mean, because I could have people from Africa say, I'm part of a tribe over there, that this is mine, and then I could have other people. Is there could be any more clarification? Because even it sounds like our representative tonight had some question as to what this meant. Is this the state school board or the attorney general's office providing any clarification on this law that they passed? I know they frequently pass a law and then try to leave it up to each individual district to interpret it, which causes problems when one district interprets it one way and another district interprets the other way. And sort of the same thing of, we let each high school, I think we'll have a problem there, because I often hear, well, I get to do this over at Brighton, but I can't do it over at Elta. And so whatever we do, we probably need to do it district wide rather than leaving up the discretion. Is there any way we can get any clarification on this, or do you think they're just sort of mute right now in regards to the state? And
to answer
pretty specific, just this law is very specific, and it limits a whole bunch of other people, but are we going to have every legislative session a new group going in and trying to add to it, or are they going to interpret this a little differently?
So in answer to your question, I've not been made aware of any additional USBE rules or guidance regarding this decision. It will go into effect, and then it would be up to the local LEA to address provisions outside of what has been included in state statute. And that would be up to the board or the policy committee to at least bring a proposal forward addressing those issues.
We could do that, but then again, the policy meeting is what do we limit? I guess that would be a question. That was the question we had, is how do we, other than law, how do we decide what we limit and don't limit? It becomes really difficult to make that decision. And one other question I had on the research, while I have the podium, on the numbers, it says, Sarah, on number 6 on the backside, the research committee will verify the outside research and understand the responsibilities and yada, yada. Do we just release student numbers or some kind of research numbers so that we can, if they ask us, we can give more detail, but the information that goes outside to the research is pretty much anonymous information?
If we release any information to outside entities outside the state, that's typically disaggregated. And so there's no personal identifiable information. We have those restrictions under the Utah Privacy Student Data Protection Act and FERPA. There is some information in our FERPA directory notice that outlines what the district has determined is directory, which we can share unless a parent opts out of directory information. But as far as sharing of information regarding student data, typically that's an aggregate form, or we follow practices to protect that information as appropriate.
I'm
in our
just wondering,
agreements.
because I mean, we do have teachers and other people within our district that use stuff. What's the value of using a student name on this rather than a student number, which would be anonymous, but yet we would be able to track it down if they had any question. Just basically say, if they do take that, it'd be just basically a student number so that nobody could recognize that data, even within the district. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold? I was just thinking that it's probably best if we as a district make that decision and we don't leave it up to our individual principals to have to deal with lays. I am sorry. They have more things to do, better things to do than dealing with lays. So let us figure out as a board what we want them to do with those so that we're all on the same page at every graduation with every child moving from school to school so they know whether they get to wear a lay. I said that right? Or don't wear a lay. All right. Mrs. Nybauer?
I do appreciate Mrs. Schill's suggestion to take this back to policy. There are many things we could discuss. One lay when the event venue allows it and things like that. I was touched by the students that came and spoke. The message about what it means to their families and how they are trying to show gratitude for their families, recognizing they didn't get here on their own. What a beautiful message, and what a great message for us to take what they said seriously enough to at least have another thoughtful discussion from a different perspective, because I think that also teaches those students what can happen when you speak and advocate for your family and for your culture. And I loved the beautiful message. It goes right along with the Sunshine Works about unity with diversity. We acknowledge and celebrate the diversity and are unified in that. And so I just really appreciated that message, and I would be more than happy to take it back to policy committee, of which I'm a part, and discuss this further.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay.
The next two policies that are listed in the policy update are ones that we've discussed recently this year and are added because of recent legislation: our instructional materials policy and our school library materials selection and review. In this policy, the instructional materials requires a legislative update based on HB 374, sensitive materials in schools. Specifically, the legislation requires a district to include parents reflective of the school's community when determining whether an instructional material is sensitive. I've included the definition from the state statute, which refers to three other statutes in the Utah Code, particularly the criminal code dealing with issues of pornography and indecent material. The sensitive material does not include an instructional material, but it may include, and these are some of the exceptions, our health curriculum requirements, medical courses, family and consumer courses, or other courses the state board exempts in board rule. We'll be discussing here the policy update, what we've included in the policy. In the instructional materials policy, we've included the statutory definitions of school settings and sensitive material. And the update also adds to the district instructional materials selection criteria, which was a matrix that we reviewed previously, that will be free from sensitive materials. So in addition to the criteria we've looked at previously, that will be added to that set of criteria. And there's also a new administrative regulation in the policy that outlines the district's process to include that required statutory element of including parents in a review of sensitive materials reflective on those parents from the school community. In developing that review process, we tried to mirror the committee makeup similarly to our library review selection materials. And outlined in the policy is the individuals that would be selected for that review in a proposed committee makeup. And then the policy also includes a review and approval process for school assemblies with guest lecturers or live presentations for the student body or district community that will include parents. So in the legislation from HB 374, it touched instructional materials, but also school assemblies, live presentations, and guest lectures that would be subject to that same review process. And then in our student-led, teacher-led, and principal-led assemblies, we'll also adhere to the instructional materials criteria. Let me add that in the instructional materials policy, HB 374 also outlines that there will be training and guidance from both USBE and the Utah Attorney General's office that will be in place to assist committees selected to make the determination of sensitive materials. We anticipate that that guidance will be issued in the very near future, likely this week. And so if there are updates included in that material, we can include it in the further development of this policy. And then in the school library material selection policy, again, due to HB 374, we've added the statutory definitions as we did in the instructional materials policy. So that also has that as deselection criteria as outlined in state statute. And then we just made a minor adjustment to from calendar days to school calendar days to account for situations when a request for a review of a library material may extend over summer months. And we may have our contracted employees either with scheduled leave or vacations that may be unavailable. I can respond to questions regarding the instructional materials and school library material selection updates.
Superintendent.
Jeff, first just want to say thank you for all your work on these policies. These are difficult, and to the policy committee too for their work. One question I had was, is the definition clear on who raises the question on sensitive material? So in the library policy, that's limited to parents, right? Or district administrators. How does that look when it comes to sensitive materials, and who has the ability to raise that question?
Thank you, Superintendent. So in our instructional materials policy, we have an initial layer where because instructional materials are approved by the board, and we don't have the same requirements we do with libraries that are subject to First Amendment protection. In our curriculum, if there was something that the superintendent or a principal found in their curriculum that caused concern, they could remove those materials and send them to our instructional supports department for a review. As the policy is currently drafted, it is a parent that initiates a request to do a review of sensitive materials currently as drafted.
Other questions or comments? Feedback for the committee? Mr. Wrigley?
So we still have the ability of the board member or the superintendent or the principal to request that, even though the policy says that a parent would do that. I think we just added a parent. We didn't take away any opportunities for that.
I'm going to answer that question related to the library instructional materials policy, the school library. That's where we do have built into the policy a review that can be requested by a principal, a superintendent to request an initial review of a document. In the instructional materials policy, that's where if there is an issue with curriculum, it can be removed by the either the superintendent or the principal for review, and we go to instructional supports for review. Okay. And then if a process is initiated by a parent for review of sensitive materials, there's a built-in committee that will then be formed to address that issue.
So we've just enhanced this. We've allowed
we've added an additional review committee to our.
We've empowered parents that if they feel there's something that is sensitive, that they now have a process to go through. And in the development of our instructional materials policy initially,
all instructional materials that are approved by the board typically have a public review process that's brought forward in a public board meeting. But it did not have in that process of review were parents included prior to the public board meeting. And so we've now included a review process after the fact in our instructional materials policy.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments, feedback? Mrs. Schill?
I just wanted to add that I really like the other changes you made to the dress code policy and the figure. I think that's just easy, clear, right? For students, for parents. Anyway, so thank you for changing that language and adding that figure.
If there is other feedback from the committee that comes in a written form, please let us know and we'll review prior to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Okay, next item is item 8D, which is late start or early out proposal for collaboration and professional learning communities update. This is a third reading, and I'll turn the time over to Superintendent Robbins.
Thank you, President T. So before I get started on that and ahead of my comments here at the end of the meeting, just want to express my condolences as well to our families that have suffered these tragedies over the last couple of weeks with a lot. Also, I just want to share my appreciation to our paraeducators that were here with us tonight and shared their thoughts. I think, when you're out in our schools and you see the important work that they do with our students, it definitely goes noticed and seen. And I want to just extend that to all of our employees over the last couple of weeks. I've had the opportunity to listen to our transportation department and our bus drivers as they express some of their concerns as well. And it's been mentioned, I think, with inflation and the economy the way it is, we're not keeping up. That's not unique to Kenyan School District. That's a state and national issue. The Joint Legislative Committee actually asked for a 2% inflationary adjustment to the legislature, and that was not accepted. So I think we all have responsibility in this issue. Also, I had the opportunity to spend time with our librarians in the district, and so germane to the conversation we just had about policy, the district sponsored a lunch with our librarians, and it was awesome to connect and enjoy the year and celebrate all the great things that have occurred, recognizing the difficult challenges that they've faced this year too. Also, I just want to express appreciation to our negotiating teams, and especially Leon. I don't think any of us fully understand what it's like to be in his shoes when you're actually the guy that really has to crunch the numbers and make it work. And we all know what a special talent he is. But to bring everybody to the table on both sides, a lot of our members from our CEA leadership team, our ESP leadership team, and our admin leadership team on negotiations is here with us. And I want to express my appreciation, one, for their professionalism and their kindness and respect to each other. It definitely is not easy, but just the level of collaboration and relationship that's seen there is pretty amazing. So I want to say thank you to them. So on to talking a little bit about early out and late start. Hopefully from the last board meeting, I want to give a shout out to our school performance team for pulling all of this data together, and hopefully we have some answers to some of your questions. There may be more. Action is not requested tonight, so this will be for further consideration, and you can give me further direction as we move into this process. But I first just want to say important it is to sustain and support learning communities in our schools. If you look at this issue historically, going back to the beginning of comprehensive schools at the turn of the 20th century, when schools were kind of designed in a factory model, really to try to meet the industrialized needs of our country, right? We had millions of immigrants moving into the country, and at that time it was really, schools were one house buildings, much more rural. And suddenly we had this influx of people into our country and into cities, and we had to figure out a way how to educate the masses. And hence came the factory model that in some ways, really hasn't changed. And in that model, it was really something that focused on isolation and not so much on working together, but trying to get kids through in the masses, really probably not with the intent that children were going to go on to college educations, but more just being prepared to work in factories or to work on the farm. Well, then you get into the 1980s. We all remember Nation at Risk, when as a country we really started to look at, are we keeping up with the rest of the world, and are we keeping up with our competitors in academic achievement and preparing our students for their future. And so it's about that time that this notion of schools as communities, was born. So this really isn't anything new. Mostly, it's interesting to me that it really took education that long to catch up to industry and business, where, the concept of working in teams has been around for, centuries. And there's a little bit of research that I've always been fond of. If you're familiar with Thomas Sergiovanni's work, he's a researcher. In 1994, he released a book called Building Community in Schools. And he talks about this issue that schools being seen as organizations rather than communities. And this is because we've set schools up into departments, essentially separating students by grade levels and delivery. But he stresses even then in the early 1990s, late 80s, that school communities are different in that they join people in a purpose. They connect people via commitment, not contract, and they rely on norms and values over external controls and measures. So I think that's important, because when we're really understanding the why on this issue and why it's critical that we embrace the concept of PLCs, that really is at the heart of this movement. And so as schools begin to adopt this idea of community, in the late 1980s, there were a principal in Chicago, Illinois at Adlai Stevenson High School, Rick DeFore, that we're familiar with his work. And many of us have visited Adlai Stevenson since. But really, it was this notion of these big ideas that he brought to the table. Number one was ensure student learning, more of a focus on learning than teaching. Secondly, to foster a culture of collaboration and not isolation. Thirdly, to support a culture of continuous improvement. And lastly, based on a focus on results. So, that's really the genesis of where this has come from. I know over time, schools in a lot of ways have thrown this terminology around when it comes to really anything with people getting together. But I think it's important that we delineate between meetings and professional development or other things like that, when really the root and the promise that this has is about student outcomes and results. So, thinking about, again, on the why and moving this forward, this is part of our strategic plan alignment. So looking at the high levels of learning, we're committed to this vision for PLCs. We're committed to providing educators embedded time in the day to improve outcomes for our students. And I think that's been, a great run in the district. It's already demonstrated results. Kenyan School District has been committed to PLCs for many years in our elementaries and our middle schools, and that's borne out in our results. And I'm very proud to say recently, as you know, in U.S. News and World Report, school rankings across the country have been released. Kenyans not only has many schools in the top 10, top 15, but we control #1 in elementaries and in traditional comprehensive high schools. So that's not by chance. That's by many years of intentional work on the district's part. So this continues to be part of our strategic alignment and our plan and vision, as well as a recommendation in the accreditation report. This is a qualifier and a characteristic of all successful school districts. And I heard Mont mention this a little bit to our Kenyans Foundation about, why a strategic vision is important. Is it because there are signifiers and attributes and characteristics of successful districts that you can find. And when you look at the accreditation report, Cognia highlights this as a major significant factor to the success of the district. So exactly, what does that look like when it comes to what PLCs are? And we'll get a little bit more into the 4 questions that guide the work in PLCs to understand that why even a little more before we get into the what and the how. But you can see here, I don't want to read all of this, but it kind of goes back to DeFore's idea about this commitment to continuous improvement, and really about seeking better ways to achieve mutual goals and results through the fundamental purpose of learning for all. So it's really about teachers coming together and not working in isolation, but looking at common formative data that can inform their practice. And that can be a lot of things, right? I mean, we have student portfolio work, benchmark assessments, formative assessments, end of level, reading inventory, math inventory, DIBELS, ACT, data boards. This information goes on and on that really informs our teachers' practice. And when they look at it on a formative basis and it's ongoing, that does improve instruction in the classroom. And it's very effective. It's been proven over and over and over. And to align this to our district strategic plan across the district, I think, this is a major decision going forward that will continue success in Kenyan School District. And then the second piece to that is the professional development part of this. We know through the pandemic just how important that additional time is for our teachers. Now more than ever, where we're asking our teachers to really engage a blended model that involves Canvas and more flexibility and choice for students. I think this is also critical to the future success of the district, that not only our teachers have built-in embedded time, but also have the professional development support to be able to carry out instruction at high levels. So those 4 critical questions that guide PLC work, and I think these are important because the goal is that during that time when our teachers collaborate and work together, that we can articulate this as a common language within the district. And I think Kenyans has been really a flagship and a lighthouse district when it comes to really defining what this looks like. When you look at our MTSS framework and understanding what are the standards that students should know and be able to do, that's clearly defined in our maps. It's understood when teachers come here. They know what's expected. They know what's prescribed for our students, and that is not the case everywhere else. So being very clear about those standards. And then how do we know that students learned it? This again is really inherent and part of this ecosystem of understanding where students are at in their learning, and then informing instruction to change practice to better meet our students' needs. And that's through a wide variety of assessments and strategies. So really understanding how and what our students need to learn, and what's best for them. And then the last part of that is, what do we do with that information? Those last two questions. Once we understand where our students are at, what kind of intervention or support is needed to support our students. And I think we've seen through the pandemic that those supports are very critical and necessary. We are in a mental health crisis. As mentioned before, we have major issues right now with student attendance and credit deficiency. I don't think that's going to be an overnight fix, but PLCs really give us the vehicle and the avenue to address these issues best. And then that last question is, how do we extend learning for those students that do get it or are accelerated? What kind of enhancements or extensions do we provide for these students, which is just an important question, as is for our students that may be struggling as well. So you can see there just a few additional questions that kind of go along with those four drivers in PLCs, is along those lines of students that are proficient or not, what kinds of extra time and support do they need, and then how does this really elicit best practice to get the results that we want. So again, just as I explained, here's a little bit of a infographic or a map of how that actually flows with those teams. All of our schools are set up with leadership teams and student support teams that identify students and their needs through this entire process. It's really something to see this in action when this is happening, but amazing work is done here. One of the things too that I'm super excited about that we really haven't had the opportunity to do yet, and if the board chooses to accept and adopt this proposal, is really vertical and horizontal alignment. Right now, there's great things going on at all levels, but it's more in pockets versus the opportunity to really align not just across grade levels, but in content, but up and down both ways. So that's an exciting aspect to all of this. But you can see kind of the workflow of how PLCs work in action. So as mentioned, just a few benefits. I've already touched on many of these already. I think this decision to move to a district-wide PLC model is absolutely key to our future. Long after we're gone, this decision will be very important to the success of the district. We're already in a great position. This is really a yes and proposition. The district provides our teachers and staff great support, and this will just be one additional layer to take us to another level. And then you can see again, just talking a little bit about the purpose across all levels. And I mentioned this already. I think one thing too, thinking about this, is trying to find that sweet spot for our families. And I know there's been a lot of debate about which day or which time. I get that. I think unifying across all three levels will be key in trying to meet our students and our families' needs. And then the others, as already mentioned. So a little bit about the what and the how, what and the how. So these were some of the questions that were raised in the last couple of board meetings. So you can see there, teachers across the district broken down by level and area. So one of the questions was looking at availability, right? So we know during late start or early out, there's a question about, teachers being involved, especially in our secondary schools, in other activities that may impact their ability to participate in professional learning communities. So you can see here in the late start, this is a 100% participation in elementary and middle, and almost 100% in our high schools. Early out, the same in elementary, middle, and very similar in high schools. It's a few percentage points less in our high schools. I think this was mostly in one high school more than others, but still the participation rate is high. So what would it look like? Hopefully you've had a chance to look at the bell schedule. So we're looking at 90 minutes. One of the things that has come up that would be a help would be a recommendation for a grab and go lunch for our secondary schools, and keep traditional with what we have already with our elementaries. And we have some principals here that can address this probably a little better than I can on what kind of impact that would have. But that's been a recommendation that's come forward if the board chooses to go that route. So that you can also see the late start, what that would look like in our middle schools and also in our high schools with the late start schedule. Okay, early out. This is what it would look like with our early out schedule. And I appreciate Leon and our transportation department and school performance and everybody, putting their heads together to scaffold these times to make this work across the district. So you also have early out for middle schools, as well as early out for high schools. Okay, so one of the things that we're looking at, student and staff attendance. I think this is an important factor to weigh into the decision that the board considers. So we pulled that data together to look at from least or from most to least across the week, and you can see how that's broken down by student attendance. And we do have certain pockets within the district that are experiencing much more severe decline in attendance than others. This is a major topic that we need to really pay attention to going forward, not just along the lines of PLC time, but across the district in general. So you can see student attendance broken down by grade level and also by the day there. This is teacher attendance, most absences to least number. You can see what that looks like across those three levels. And then we also just included some slides on some of the reasons. This was January to March. So I think one thing that's important to understand, thinking about the month of January when we saw extraordinarily high surge in COVID, I think that's something that we would want to consider, going forward. It may not look like this when we're post-pandemic, but at least that's a snapshot of what it's been from January to March on the days and the reasons. So middle school and high school, and then CSD teacher attendance overall on those days and the reasons. So we have some of our principals here, and I really appreciate them taking time. I just wanted to give them just a couple of minutes to share a little bit of their perspective, and then I can either take questions after if you want me to answer some now. I don't know what would be best, but if they want to come up, we'll have the principals. So Kathy Shino and Colleen Smith, Mindy Robinson from middle schools, and Tom Sherwood from our high schools, if they want to come up in that order and just share a little bit about their thoughts and experiences with PLCs, and time will go from there. Kathy, you want to go first?
I'm Kathleen Skino, the principal at Sprucewood Elementary School. And I wanted to start by recognizing that bringing about cultural change in any organization is complex and a challenging task. So I want to thank you all for having the discussions focused on securing common protected time to cultivate PLCs district-wide. So first, I'd like to just address the schedule aspect of the discussion. I'm here as a strong proponent of early dismissal on Fridays. Most elementary communities are advocates for a continued early out routine, not only because that's what's been happening for years, but also because it works well for students. My stakeholders were asking me to share if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality. So I promised I'd shove that in there. So there it goes. Here are some of the quotes that have been shared with me recently regarding the possibility of changes. Our PTA president, Mindy Capella, shared that children benefit greatly from spending time in meaningful activities together with their family, and the non-school time that's been available to us on Friday afternoons have been directly combined with parents' time off of work for the evening and additional time in the morning for a possible late start cannot be easily combined with family activities, and in some cases not even equate to family time together at all. Our SCC member, Brooke Matthews, shared that if we do move to a late start, then I'd have my kids just miss the entire day of school now when we leave for our trips. And that's a reality for some. Another parent shared that I'd be more comfortable with my middle schooler and high schooler watching my elementary student on Friday afternoons for just a bit until I get home from work. I'm not confident that they'll all be able to get themselves to school on time with a late start, especially since my elementary students' start time would be later than all the rest of the siblings. My teachers have candidly been speaking and sharing their thoughts about a possibility of changing to a late start. Students need routines, and keeping the same morning get to school routine is important. Coming late to school just 1 day a week seems to be disruptive, not beneficial. Students participate and engage in lessons way more during the morning hours as compared to late afternoon. One asked, why would we even consider to have kids out of the building in the mornings? Another asked, does everyone making this decision know how hard it is for students to stay on task after lunch? And now we're possibly making this 1 day a week, nothing but just that. Another teacher shared that she tries to never miss Fridays. Her Friday afternoon planning time is way too valuable to ever give that up. And the one that stuck out to me most was a teacher that said having Fridays to collaborate with teammates and to plan together allows her to reflect on the week, to get things ready for the next week, and then to leave for the weekend knowing that she's prepared. And then she said, it lets me not have to worry. I can breathe. I can just be a person when I walk out of the doors knowing that I'm ready. So my opinion is that if anyone's going to have to buckle down and put their cognitive energy into staying focused later in the afternoon on Fridays, that it shouldn't have to be the students, but rather the professional adults. So that leads me into my second focus on PLCs. PLCs have the potential to positively impact our schools. The merits of PLCs were just shared with us. PLCs themselves should not be debated at this time because when implemented effectively, they do positively impact school cultures and will ultimately increase student achievement. I think the difficult discussion needs to shift to how our schools may not yet be implementing the practices essential for PLCs to be their most successful. Too often, rather than recognizing the need to create a new culture based on new assumptions, educators are prone to adopt and dilute ideas to fix the existing cultures and opt for kind of a sort of PLC, which compromises the core principles that make PLCs effective. Sometimes we merely create documents that, rather than implementing the ideas, like writing a mission statement has often been used as a substitute for living a mission. Dialogue and documents can be used to create the illusion of change without really resulting in any meaningful action. So when I was talking to my BLT, our third grade BLT member, Lindsay Sjogren, stated, when I asked, I need to talk to the board, what can I share about your experience with PLCs? How is this helpful to you and your kids? She lit up and said, well, our PLC time is invaluable. They need to know that. It provides my team with protected time to meet with one another, to discuss and analyze student data, to work together to create individual and small group intervention plans. And we truly see all of our third graders as our students now, celebrating team successes and recognizing each other for playing a positive part in our students' growth is so powerful. I'm just going to stick in there that they are a highly effective PLC team. And I don't think it's any coincidence that their student data has skyrocketed in both growth and benchmark. So it's working for them. So the question is not, should we place value in PLCs, but rather, how do we make this valuable practice work in our district? We do have unwritten rules in our buildings that represent that this is how we do things here. And I think we need to make shifts so that message supports positive outcomes for all of our students. That shift that people know, from focusing on teaching to focusing the discussion on learning, from an emphasis on what's being taught to a fixation on what students are learning, from talk of covering content to demonstration of proficiencies, and shifting from a focus of just giving input to a focus on results.
I know our teachers and administrators can make these shifts, but the first step is you all solidifying that common protected time focused on cultivating those effective PLCs. So I'm here tonight to encourage you to please vote to continue early release Fridays and to recognize PLCs as a necessary system for our schools to be highly effective. My final point tonight is for some of my administrative colleagues. Everyone knows you have a hard job, and whatever decision you make on this matter is never going to make everyone happy. You know that more than all of us, right? All right. But we urge you to please make the decision so that the building leaders can begin the essential work of creating plans for next school year. Whatever the decision is, we have the capabilities to make it work, but it is May, and we are in a holding pattern regarding large-scale systems change. So if this new schedule is intended to be implemented this August, then we needed to know this decision yesterday, was a quote. So thank you for your timely consideration.
Thank you.
I didn't realize I was this much shorter than Kathy until I walked up to the microphone. Thank you for taking the time to discuss a common early out or late start. As you know, this is my first year back in school administration. And as a side note, I could not be more grateful to work at Copperview and lead that team. But the 3 years I spent away from schools has provided me with a unique perspective. As much as we've discussed at a district level, the demands on educators and developed plans for support along the way, the day-to-day expectations have become drastically different in schools. The workload of educators are unrecognizable in comparison to what was expected just a few years ago. I feel fortunate to work for a school district that has consistently responded to these demands with their students, educators, and community in mind. The implementation of common time for professional learning and PLCs feels like a step towards developing systems that sustain this support for years to come. I'm here to advocate for continued early release day, particularly because it supports the needs of our elementary students, the most vulnerable population of students we have. While I recognize that we only gathered input from select community and staff members, I have to share with you that just posing this question created a lot of anxiety and tension among those that we asked, and for some of the following reasons. Students are fresh in the morning, and throughout the year, we prioritize core content and minimize schedule conflicts that take away from morning instruction. Friday afternoons are easier for parents to schedule care. With common time, if we're considering older siblings as part of that care option, watching them as they arrive home versus preparing a younger sibling to get out the door and get to school on time is significantly different. Other after-school options, extracurricular activities, and supervision are also significantly different than early morning options. Each year at Copperview, we have students arriving to school well before the bell with a regular start time. And at Copperview, we're fortunate to have a before-school program for those needing that option, but space is limited, and with the late start, I'm concerned about having the capacity to serve all of those students. But of course, like Kathy shared, we're going to support any decision you make. We need this time, it's invaluable. So thank you.
Thank you.
I was hoping I didn't have to go down very far, but you know. I'm Mindy Robinson, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the middle schools and the impact that this is having on us. I think when we started the PLCs, what we saw in the middle schools is teachers for the first time feeling supported by their colleagues. As we implemented teaming, as we moved the 6th grade into our middle schools, we saw a fundamental shift of what our buildings look like. We see teachers who feel supported in a very highly impacted middle school. To see my teachers have one another to support both instructionally, behaviorally, it has made a significant difference. We were just pulling data today on our growth scores, and this is the highest growth that we've ever had. And I definitely attribute it to working together. This profession is too hard to do alone. And so, as both Kathy and Colleen said, the question really isn't
the necessity of PLCs. It's just how we're going to manage this. Similar to what they said when you ask the middle schoolers who are all used to late start and they get to sleep in one morning, you get a very different answer from parents than you get from the elementary schools. Obviously, what we're familiar with is the late starts. We've had a lot of students who love that one day. I know with some of the previous conversations, they really enjoy a day that they can come a little bit later. For the teachers, they're more fresh. The elementaries and the middle schools have had a little bit different models because of the boosters that some of their PLCs. So we've only done PLCs during this time. We did, Paula's also here, so you can add anything. As we talk to middle schools, there's a little bit of different variants, but they're all PLC times on Friday. There's not planning time right now for the teachers because the Fridays really are just devoted to PLC. So when we talked to our SCC, they overwhelmingly just said, we want the teachers. Mont heard this and it was impressive, our parents. They just said, we want our teachers to know that they are supported, that PLCs matter because it changes the trajectory of the day for the students. Behavior's better, academics is better because of those things. And the teachers are so professional. But like the two elementary teacher principal said, our teachers understand that we're a system and we have to do what's best as a system. And we understand that there's a lot of elementary kids and we don't want them alone. There are some logistics that we have thought through. Dr. Robbins had mentioned that for the middle schoolers and high school, it may be a little bit more challenging to get them off campus. As crazy it is, and they don't want to go to school during the day, they do like to hang out after school on our property during the day. So we were kind of trying to work through that a little bit. But for example, one thing that we had mentioned is maybe the grab and go lunch would allow the teachers to have that half an hour. Administration could help the students get off property, because I, as an administrator, find the time with my teachers so valuable on that Friday. And I would hate for me to just be helping friends for the entire afternoon, making sure they have a ride home and not being able to participate with my teachers, because that's where I get to be a true instructional leader. And so as we talk to teachers, to the staff, the most important for them is that they have the PLCs. Again, familiar with late starts, but it's more important that all of our schools, and we really want to have the high schools to have it. That really came important. We send our kids to the high school. We want the teachers to see how valuable this time is. So thank you for your support. Thank you for considering this. And like I said, we are flexible, but we just want to make sure that the needs of the students are being met and the teachers have this very valuable time.
Thank you.
Mindy? Yeah, I asked the question.
Mont did.
Not an agenda item, but I still asked the question, and I got an earful, and so did you. I appreciate your flexibility. I appreciate you looking both up and downstream to see what works best. And I don't know that you really committed as to which would work best for middle school.
I think the middle schools prefer the late start because of where the teachers are in the morning. There's some decision fatigue Friday afternoon in the middle school. It's challenging. So I think that the preference is late start, but I think it goes back to you do what you're familiar with. But that was what my community, when we reached out to them, that's what they overwhelmingly said. But it was interesting. I think you all have seen this. A lot depends on where they have kids. If they have an elementary student versus a high school student, there were some differing opinions and some pretty thoughtful comments, but overwhelming, it was late start for the middle schools. But you know, I want my teachers to have this time. I want it to be supported, and I want us to be able to be a system.
I'm sure that you and Paula have discussed this. You guys seem
what
to
would make
talk
you
a
guess
lot.
that?
Have you discussed it with the other middle school?
We
principals?
talked at our level meeting when
Okay.
Cindy was there. We talked about it, and people are really open. Like I said, I think it just comes to an interesting time with the conversations about middle schoolers and high schoolers getting up early and then taking away the one time they could sleep in. I mean, it's just a kind of a, but I'm just telling you, the PLCs are more important to us than the time.
Do
Okay.
it, not when.
Yeah, you know what, Ma? I just want to support the teachers.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
And board, I know we all probably have lots of questions, so let's let Mr. Sherwood speak, and then we'll ask all of our principals to be available for questions. Thank you.
I'll try and be brief. Again, I think just to reiterate what they said, I don't think the value of PLCs are a question. I think we all understand the value. You know, there's a parable. There's two kinds of teachers. There's the teacher who's been teaching for 30 years, has been teaching the same crappy lessons for 30 years. And there's the other one who collaborates and grows and then has the true value of a veteran teacher because they've reflected and they've talked to other people and they've improved their practice. And I think the PLCs really we're trying to cultivate, the second one, the one that is a great value to the school. And in the changing educational environment we've all seen in the past couple of years, collaboration has become more important than ever. Things are changing faster than ever. Technology is changing faster than ever. And we really need something unified to help our teachers integrate all these changes to education. And we have tremendous amount of expertise at our schools at various levels. This combined time allows us to share in that expertise, not just in our buildings, but throughout the district. There are high school experts in Canvas and other technology, Nearpod, and it allows us to share these resources from not just high school to high school, but across all levels. And I do feel that that's an important component. As high schools, we also struggle with about 30% of our staff teach subjects at the school that nobody else at the school teaches. And having a common time throughout the district, as Superintendent Robbins mentioned, allows for vertical teaming, where our music instructors can team with the middle school music instructors, are allowing for vertical alignment. Our CTE and arts instructors can talk with the vertically and horizontally with teachers in other buildings. This allows for collaboration that it's hard to quantify how much it's going to help because we haven't ever had it. And it's a problem that I'm going to love to solve because I think our teachers will thrive in this environment, and I'm looking forward to giving them this opportunity. There's been some debate about the time of day that is best. I think as principals, we all kind of talked that, oh yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday morning would be the best. When we put it to our teachers, I was actually surprised how many of them actually preferred the Friday afternoon. I went and talked to some of them and asked them why they preferred that. And they said, they just like being done with the day, not having to think about what I'm going to have to teach that day for the rest of the day. I can focus my efforts on collaborating with my peers. And then that's all I have to do the rest of the day. And I hadn't considered it from that perspective. So I do think there's pros and cons regardless of what we choose. I'm very close friends with Mr. Levitt, the principals we've debated. But one thing I think we all kind of landed on at the end is this is important enough that we are willing to compromise and solve the problems of practice that we may encounter as a result of this change. The time itself is valuable enough that we'll put our heads together, we'll collaborate, and we'll figure this out. And we really appreciate the consideration. I've been wanting this for a long time, this dedicated PLC time. It shows our teachers that we do value it because we're willing to put it during their contract time. And I really hope that this can move forward in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board, questions? Yeah, let's let superintendent kind of.
So I first want to just tell our principals how much I appreciate their work. You can see these guys are the experts in the field and they live this every day. And I'm so humbled by their work and so proud of what they do. Really to see this kind of come to fruition as really that first jet on the runway on our strategic vision is really exciting. That's a tribute to the board as well, right? You've been working on this for over a year, and we've talked a lot about, getting some of these initiatives off the ground, and just to hear their commitment and to see it in action each day is pretty amazing. So I just appreciate them being here to share their thoughts. So questions?
Board questions?
I have questions and some comments. Is that okay?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mrs. Arnold.
You may or may not have the answers, but I was counting up. I just did this at my school, trying to make the master schedule for my school. And we talked about Fridays because we didn't want to have any specials on Fridays because Friday closures, and we had so many of them this year. So I counted up our closures for next year. Our Fridays off for next year, and we have 8 Fridays off for next year. I could not remember how many Fridays we lost this year. And so one of my thoughts and concerns about holding PLCs on a Friday is the fact that we miss so many Fridays. Whereas if we used, I didn't check Tuesdays, I did check Wednesdays. I think Tuesdays were better than Wednesdays. We had 4 Wednesdays off. 4 Wednesdays off at both Brighton High and also at our other calendar. And then Tuesdays, just glancing over this calendar, we don't have any Tuesdays off. Tuesdays like the day no one's off, but it's also the day that there's least absences for teachers. And if we're doing this for teachers, I mean, we're doing it for kids ultimately, but really for teachers to influence students, right? I'm trying to go down my little list. Then Tuesdays appears to be the best day where teachers don't miss. And then also where we have we're not going to miss any days at all to do those PLCs because the calendar's not missing any. And then one of my other questions was the elementary teaching attendance. We missed a ton on Wednesdays. Is that because of letters? Because when you look down there, it says excused absences for elementary, and the most excused absences happen on Wednesdays. So this is skewed for Wednesday absences, if that was for letters, because it doesn't seem, it looks like the high school's excused absences were Thursdays. The middle schools was pretty well more Wednesdays. So I just needed to know
So
if that was
Let's
Wednesday.
try to address the first 2 questions and then someone can speak to
Okay, sorry.
or the Wednesday for elementary. My recommendation would be on Fridays that the goal would be that we don't initiate remote learning Fridays. That was a COVID response strategy. Hopefully this is a way that this provides the necessary time our teachers need, and, knock on wood and hoping that we don't have another surge or run on the pandemic, that we wouldn't have to call for that. Secondly, and the high school principals can speak to this more than I, but Tuesday, I think would be problematic in interrupting AB in that balance during the week. So, and they're welcome to speak to that. Tom wants to, but I think that could be problematic and maybe why Tuesday might not be as good a choice. And then on the Wednesday absenteeism, I don't know if Steve, is that, with subs? Yeah, come on up.
And Tom, you can come too. I just, before I make a decision, I just want to
Right.
make sure I have.
So because of letters trainings, we try to do most of our professional development on Monday through Thursday, because Mondays have a higher absenteeism and Fridays usually do. And so we try to put that piece in there just to make certain that we have coverage, as many substitutes available. But it was a large portion because of letters, but there was a time period where we stopped
4 through 6 term letters.
doing letters for a period of time, and then it started back up. So, but most of the other thing is when you look at the excused absences, that also includes athletics. And I don't know what days are a lot of those.
Spring, it's baseball and softball.
Yeah. So the excused absences are for professional development plus for coaching with their students who are gone, or choir concerts, or competitions,
Yeah.
drama.
I just wondered, Tom.
Yeah.
So speaking to your first.
Sorry, do you mind using the microphone for our folks at home?
So speaking to your first concern, Clarine, I think you can look at that through 2 lenses, with the Friday and that we miss 8 Fridays next year. I think some of my teachers would actually be happy to hear that that's the day it's on, because they get the PLC time that they need, but it actually minimizes the amount of instructional time lost because of the days off. So if you picked a Tuesday in the grand total, you'd be missing actually more instructional time, because you'd have more days impacted to the minutes of the day that were dedicated to instruction. If we do it on Fridays, because Fridays are already off, they're not missing the as much instructional time. So mathematically, they would prefer it not be on a day that we don't miss as much. So
Super great point. Thank you. I'm just trying to think through that. Then my other one was if I'm looking if I'm looking at the lens of safety and kiddos, I am at the elementary by 7:30, and there are some kids who are there by 7 o'clock in the morning. The parents are dropping them off, even in the winter, and they are cold. And if you drop off a middle schooler, he can freeze to death too. But I worry more about elementary kiddos doing that than high school or middle schoolers. And so on the safety issue factor, I would go for leaving early. Is that what I'm doing?
Early out.
The early out versus the late start. And then when I looked at these schedules just quickly, it looks like the little ones are going to get left home a half an hour before the middle schoolers leave. And so if their brothers and sisters aren't there, then the chances of them getting out of the house to get on the bus to get to school on time are even
Less.
a bigger problem, for them to be able to do that. So not only do they drop them off early and they're there 2 hours ahead and somebody's having to watch them, and or there's nobody at home to even help them get on the bus to be able to get there. And so on looking that, yes, maybe middle school kids want to sleep in, I'm so sorry. Those elementary kids need the safety issue of being there and being able to get there and being able to do what they need to do in school. On the other flip coin to that, though, I looked at Mount Jordan and Midvale, because one of the things that Mount Jordan's principal said to me was a lot of the middle school students will pick up the younger kids at school. And based on this schedule, they're probably not going to be able to. There's like a 20-minute lapse, but 20 minutes of waiting for your middle school helper to get you home is way safer than being home for 30 minutes before the bus comes with nobody there. So I'm going to vote on the safety of the elementary students versus the sleeping in of middle school students, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. I think everyone has questions and comments. So how about we'll start with, go with Mr. Millerberg and just kind of down the line.
Okay.
Rick, you know that I've fought you pretty hard on Fridays. I will neither confirm nor deny that I called BS on you in San Diego.
What happens in San Diego stays in San Diego, right, Mark?
Stays in San Diego.
That's right.
I asked a question about why we would have PLCs on Friday, because they just had to have the highest absentee rate. And you came back with these numbers, and I guess I'm starting to believe them. And I fought Friday, and I have fought Friday, and I have fought Friday. And I think I'm losing the battle, even to myself now. I completely understand the elementary schools. You heard me say before that one of the worst reasons is because we've always done it that way. I want to have more than just, that's what we've always done. But I can see that clearly works best for the parents, major stakeholders. I can clearly see that works best for the teachers. And I've got to believe that if it works best for the parents and best for the teachers, the outcome for the students has to be the best for them as well. So, to me, elementary school, put that score that as a W in the record book, and we'll call that good.
I know you'll get me back on the golf course, so.
Middle school, I was in hopes of a stronger recommendation. I really was. I will go with Clarine on that one, that I worry about the safety of our elementary schools and having the middle school kids help with that gap. I also see that, I can't remember who it was that quoted that says if you do a late start Friday, the kids will just miss the whole day. I'm afraid that would carry on through middle school as well. And my brain is starting to twist itself down to that direction. And so now I go to the high school. And you know, Tom, I've been fighting the high school early out or late. Yeah, early out. Because I felt like you've got athletic competitions taking place. You've got a large number of coaching staff. I know a lot of them are not teachers that are assisting with coaching, but you have a large number of students and a large number of faculty on a weekly basis that will be gone for the afternoon. And so initially I'm thinking mornings. And I don't know that I'm there yet, but I look at, you are going to have a rotation of faculty that will be missing on Friday afternoon, coaching athletic or other activities. But the one that kind of brought that back into perspective for me is you will also have more students gone that would otherwise be missing instructional time. Okay. And so Friday early out almost feels to me like you will be impacting student instruction time less on Fridays. Have I got twisted pretzel logic on that or stinking thinking? You can say wherever you want. I can hear you.
I just wanted to add, and maybe the vast majority of teachers we have, there's exceptions. We have a few English teachers, a few math teachers that are coaches and this from time to time, but the majority are our PE teachers. And as far as essential collaboration, you know, they probably are the ones that I'm worried about the least. A lot of them team teach their classes during the day. They collaborate constantly. They're sharing a gym. They're collaborating all the time already just because of their environment. So I think there are exceptions, but the vast majority of those people that are going to be gone are probably the ones that need the collaboration the least as well. So
the question I really have is, does school autonomy work? I know that might do a little bit with your up and down between middle schools and high schools, but I don't know that I've heard a uniform voice from the high school principals. And would it be possible to have one high school continue what they're doing and another one pick what they're doing, or do you need to have everybody on the same day? What I've heard high school principals say to me time and time again, and I think it's pretty much what you said, Mindy, from the middle school, is the time is valuable. We will make it work, whatever it is. But in some ways, it just feels like there should be some autonomy, especially at the high school level. The next thing is, and Steve, I think you brought this up a little bit, that you have professional development where you will bring teachers in to the district office during regular school time. Will that practice continue during the week, or will that take place during collaboration time? Because as I've talked to different principals, I hear how hard it is to get substitute and what that does, you know, for the students' instructional time to have the teacher gone for that professional development. And I guess the argument is that they're that much better when you finish with them, I hope. But that to me is hard.
I think we want to try to protect that time the best that we can, Mont. But to your point, I mean, I think that's one thing we learned through the pandemic is we have to be responsive, and we've had to change and adjust, you know, the best that we can with the resources and personnel that we have. I mean, we're still in a shortage. You know, we've had to adjust to that.
And kind of where I'm coming from is, for example, if you are doing professional development in the area of English language arts, and you bring all the English teachers out of a high school. That almost feels like collaboration to me, to where they're talking back and forth. And I'm not just interested in preserving instructional time for the kids. I'm interested in preserving quality instructional time. And it feels like to me that when you pull the teachers out of their classes for professional development, I'm old, but I can still remember what substitute days felt like when I was in school. And I don't really believe they've changed a lot.
If you want to move up closer, and it's just important because I don't think they can.
I know
hear
they
online.
can't. I've watched enough of these, so I know. One thing I was going to say is I do think that at least in the secondary schools that have had this, that we really would highly recommend professional development is not done on Fridays, because if we're saying this is so valuable, it seems to send a very mixed message, except for this PD. So the other things, and I don't know what the high school will end up doing, but we have had district common late starts. So that is when we've done collaboration, and we've done it 4 to 5 times for the core teachers, and that was about 7 or 8 for the elective teachers, and that was prioritized during the PLC time. So if they were going to do district math teachers, they did it during this time, and it was planned out well in advance. So you could have the system collaboration, but it was planned. We knew it was happening. We could have plans for the teachers who weren't involved with it, you know, for example, when they did the electives. But we would highly recommend that PD is not done on that Friday, because once you do, it doesn't send the message that this is important as we think it is.
All right, Mr. Wrigley.
So I vote that the board moves to an early out schedule.
Looking at 10 o'clock here, yeah.
So anyway, just a couple comments. There's a lot of things. First off, bring us back to why did this all come out? 2 reasons. First off, we've had late start and early out the same day on Friday. It's caused all kinds of trouble with our buses. We have substitute bus drivers. It's costing the district all kinds of money. And if we continue to have late start for the high school, there's secondary school, and early out for the elementary, feasibly, it's impossible. Now, I guess the board could order, we could do anything, could order Leon to buy 50 more buses and get more drivers, but it won't happen. So that's what sort of brought us to this, trying to figure out how do we do it so that we could sort of coordinate buses run our system. Elementary, I've had many people call me, many emails. Thank you for all your comments, and people calling us, parents and everything else. A lot of teachers in elementaries are telling me that the early out on Fridays is sort of a transition period for them. We gave the PLC mostly through the brain booster time. What they do sometimes with most brain boosters, that's the PLC time. The time on Friday, it allows our teachers to do a couple things in the elementary. Correct me if I'm going off astray. It allows them to do a couple things. First off, to know what they covered for the whole week as of that date, so they could plan the next week and leave off where they did. The other ones is what they're telling me is that it also gives them a time to tear down the room from whatever subject or focus area they're doing the last week and re-put it up for the new week. So it all starts. So it's a really seems to be a best time on Friday afternoons, because that's a good transition period. They know how much they covered. They know what they need to cover next week and make up if they have to. And they also have an opportunity to change the room around. And most parents that I'm hearing from are saying they like the early out on Friday. A lot of parents take their kids out on Friday afternoon. Yes or no? I'm sort of hearing that from parents. I'm also hearing from parents, especially on the early out, is that a lot of parents try to keep their kids from going to the doctor during the week and killing them out of school. So if you have an early out, you could try to do that, because most professionals, doctors don't usually start until 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, which means you have to take the kids out if you go to the doctor. In the afternoon, you can take the kids to the doctor. I know my wife does extra hours as a clinician after school to do that. I also have the opportunity Nancy and I share Alta Canyon Rec Center, which is one of the largest daycare providers in the whole district. It's got 7 schools. And I talked with the person. I said, so I want to run a couple things past you. I said, how about Friday or Wednesday or whatever? And she says, you guys already did Wednesday. It didn't work. I go, we did? She says, yeah, you guys did Wednesday. She says, I had a heck of a time getting staff. So one of the problems that she was telling me is that, first off, Fridays would probably work best for the daycares. But also the other issue is if we have a late start, it's really difficult to get staff for a couple hours in the morning. It's easier to get staff in the afternoon. If we go, we talked about the schedule changes also later on, and she says, well, if we go till 4 o'clock in the evening and the parents pick them up at 6, who's going to come in for 2 hours? So that was the other issue too. If we move everything late, that was who's going to come for 2 hours. She also says that a lot of her kids that they use are actually some of her high school kids that actually get off earlier so that they're able to go ahead and be there when the kids get there, or they're using college kids. So if we move a late start in the morning and she may lose some of her college kids who typically start school pretty early in the morning for college and try to get it done so they can work in the evening. The same thing for the middle school. So I was really get sort of we probably need to continue the late start, the early out on Friday for the middle schools. I think, that goes to the problem. Do we do early or late? We found with the PLCs, I've attended the PLCs at all the different levels and sat in the different meetings. Fond supporter of PLCs. And the middle schools doing that in the morning is really good for the teachers because they're sort of bright and refreshed and able to do anything. But that's also the time the kids are bright and refreshed. And by the afternoon, their learning curve starts going down, which is, if you want to take a kid and he's got a hard subject, do it the first thing in the morning. Don't give it to him the last thing in the afternoon. I know even in high school, I tried to take courses that were not as difficult in the afternoon as in the morning. Because that was my best time. So I've seen the PLCs within the middle schools work fantastically, especially at this particular time. I had the opportunity to review 13 land trust plans and TSPPs or what are the TSSPs, and we're in a bad shape as far as trying to make up from COVID. There's all these schools that have all these different plans, and one way to help and support them is to give them that, even at the high school level, where we're talking about a lot of stuff, is to give them that time for PLCs where they could say, okay, this works best for Johnny in all these different 9th grade classes or whatever. And because a lot of our kids are having some issues. I found having 5 kids and a late start on Friday, they would stay up later on Thursday. Also, if I didn't get them out of bed on Friday, they wouldn't get out. So I really have some concerns. And I don't know, did they have the problem on Wednesdays where you would have some of the kids that are not motivated regularly, even if their parents weren't home, they just didn't show? Okay. And then in regards to the high schools, and I've talked with, it's really interesting when you take a look at all these, everybody's back and forth. Well, this is best for me. In regards to the high schools, a lot of these kids, especially Hillcrest and Jordan, work and they can't get a job in the morning. So if they're going to take time off school, it makes a lot of sense that our kids actually go in early on Friday and they could work Friday and do a shift and not go into 12 or midnight. They could do an earlier shift and then do their Saturdays and usually 10 Sundays off. So it makes it for those kids that have to work, I think it makes a little bit more sense for them. And it seems to tie in. So I'm sort of leaning to either telling Leon to make it work and get twice as many buses, because that would be a great alternative. Would solve this problem, but I don't think we can economically do that. Or go to a early out on Friday, where it allows the parents, if they're going to take them out, they take them out on Friday. Because if you have an elementary and a high school and you have a middle school kid and they decide to leave early on Friday to go on a vacation because the kids in elementary are out, everybody goes out with them. So it makes a lot of sense if we don't have a late start on Friday and an early out on Friday, that family may not even send a kid in the middle school or secondary schools. So I'm leading that direction from all the research I've done.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybauer?
Well, I really valued PLCs and the opportunity for teachers to meet and collaborate. I support the wonderful benefits of a horizontal alignment and vertical alignment, so we aren't working in silos. So I appreciate those comments. In February, well, I want to go back here for just a minute and I'll be quick. But aside from wisdom teeth being pulled when I was like 17, I had the opportunity to have my first surgery ever last year. I was put under and I had knee surgery, and I deliberated for a very long time, but it was an issue I'd had for as long as I could remember. And at the end of the day, after a lot of research, I needed to trust the experts that I would have a better outcome. And I think that we need to remember that in February of 2020, our legislation passed a non-binding resolution encouraging all LEAs in Utah to explore implementing later start times. The American Association of Pediatrics, the CDC, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, as well as a dozen other medical institutions have evidence-based research that show higher grades, healthier habits, and a lot of harmful habits linked to adolescents with sleep deprivation. My concern, as we've had in the last year, a middle school appealing to us month after month about their early start time, who is used to a Friday late start, as well as later on in our discussion, we see the survey results that show that the majority of Mount Jordan Middle would also prefer a later start time. My concern is if we take away that later start time and change it to an early out, we are not only not listening to what was passed in 2020, and also we have districts around the state that have made that move. But I also worry that we sound tone deaf to parents who have come and appealed. We had a petition with over 795 signatures of parents saying, please, please, later start. And so we're actually taking something away we currently have. When we talk about safety, I can pretty much guarantee you that our middle school and high school students, if we late start, will be doing something healthy. They'll be sleeping. But those children who go home to empty houses, I'm a working mother, and sometimes they may not be doing a safe practice when they get home between the hours of 2 and 5. I'm also concerned about the feasibility of our high schools who students drive themselves. I do think there's going to be a large number of kids there wanting to hang out, talk. Maybe they have practices or games they have to go to. It doesn't make a lot of logistic sense for them to go home and then come back. And I worry about those teachers who are also the coaches of various different, not just sports, but drama and debate and all of these other things, that they will not be able to participate. I do find great value in those elective teachers participating in PLCs. Those teachers spend far more hours with our children throughout the week delivering direct instruction. So that is my concern with taking away the late start. Also, last board meeting, we actually talked about, as a board, surveying parents, because it would be a change either way. If we take away early outs, we're affecting all those elementary school families who are used to early out. If we take away late start, all the middle school families have been having
Just the opposite, right?
No,
Is it?
middle schools do late start currently on Fridays.
Elementary's early out.
Yeah, that's what I
Right,
just
okay,
said.
okay.
I said elementary school families, if we were to move it to a late
I got
start,
you,
we'd be
okay.
disrupting.
I got you.
But if we take away the late start in middle school and move to an early out, we would also be disrupting. And last board meeting, we actually talked about surveying parents, and that was the directive of the board. Since then, I had a school community council member email me that had heard about the survey and had asked specifically that we explain why we're doing this, that it's PLCs and professional development, and asked for certain things to be in the survey. My concern is by moving forward without a survey and not allowing parents to weigh in when we've already said that we were going to do that in a previous public meeting. I just want to make sure that we're making good on the promises and the board directive that came out of the last meeting. I taught middle school, and I can tell you at the end of a week that, you know, I taught 6 periods and I had about 32 students per period. And so I was in charge of about 192 students, and you're always on, you're engaging the kids, and your voice is so tired. And the end of the week, you're just exhausted, honestly. And so, you know, when the middle school principal got up and said, a lot of my teachers are interested in the late start, I can understand why, because simply you're exhausted at the end of the week because you've been teaching so many students. You know, I have a business and we do staff meetings, and I just know that as far as that effectiveness, and we've tried all different ways to do this, but the end of our work week has not been as productive. I haven't found that people are quite as engaged. I know it's working for elementary school, so I'm not trying to say anything different. Elementary school is totally different, but the thoughts I have is if we could do a bifurcated schedule where we preserve the early out in the elementary school and we allow middle and high to have late start, we'd still allow for, that would help have vertical alignment between middle and high. I know we wouldn't have vertical alignment between middle and elementary, but, you know, we could possibly be creative and have professional development days that are actually in our buildings where we do vertical alignments and have subs or things like that, and do that once a quarter or something. I'm just throwing out an idea, but I think there's other ways to be able to have that vertical alignment between elementary and middle without disrupting the schedule. So those are some of my thoughts. I value the PLC so greatly that I want it to be as valuable as possible and have a great return on our investment. And I see, because of the high school schedule and students staying in the building, and as one of the principals said, helping the friends leave, as well as safety, I see the value of maintaining that. And a question, Leon, are you saying that with the budget, we would not be able to do late start for middle and high and early out for elementary? Is that not possible for this next year? Because I know that there's a bus driver shortage. Would we have to change the day?
So the problem we have with and this would be part of my Bell study. The problem we have is if you do a late elementary start at 9, okay, assuming we don't change, you do a 2-hour late start, you start running in for the high schools. There was not enough time to do the elementaries and then go to the secondary and do those runs. So you'd have to really push back a way later start, if that makes sense. Then that makes the school day a lot later, and then you really convolute the afternoon pickups. And so that's the problem. Our high school routes are typically about 30 minutes because, you know, so many students ride or drive, and so they go longer, if you will. And so that it just takes up. We tried that a couple years ago, moving Jordan to a late start similar to Alta, and we just couldn't make it work. Yeah. So that's the.
Okay. And a follow-up question. I noticed on your slides later, you talk about how maybe there is a value from doing analysis of the overall bus routes for greater efficiency. Do you think if we were to do that and look into that and really do a total global look at that?
I would say you, as the board, give us directions and let us some options that you would like us to look at district-wide, whether it's swapping middle and elementary, whether it's district-wide late start or something like that. I'll have to be honest, that's about a 6-month process. There is absolutely, you know, we're already excited about school ending in a couple weeks. We got to remember April 15th gets here really fast. I mean, August 15th, first day of school gets here really fast. There's no way we could accommodate that for next year. I think that's part of your long-term strategic plan. I think you got to talk about that, your upcoming roundtable. I mean, if you want, give us directions. But again, all the debate, all the discussion, the analysis, a good 6 to 8 months. It would be I think a challenge to you know. We could do it for the start of the 23 year, but we'd have to really get going now.
Okay.
Nothing right now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Schill.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm not gonna repeat everything that's already been said. I'm just gonna highlight some points. I was on the high quality teaching strategic plan committee. And so I just want to say, I'm really happy that we're doing, this is maybe our first thing we're doing on our strategic plan. So I think PLCs are great. I know they're really important. I am excited that the high schools, I mean, I think it's something that the high schools really need to do. I do think we need to make a decision probably tonight if we want this to happen. I'm just advocating for that. I mean, I also agree with Holly. Like, I think the best case would be if high school and middle could be late start and elementary early out. But I think that's not possible with the buses right now, unless we got a lot more money somehow. So yeah, so I mean, I'm in favor of the Friday early out. I just think it's the best option. It's the best option for families. I'm sure if we survey, that's what they will say. Part of how I got elected was when we took away the Fridays in elementary school. That's when I got elected, when we did that. So I know, I mean, that's how families feel. They don't like, they're not going to like us taking that away, as well as teachers. So that's all my comments.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of comments and about the idea of late start versus early out in the secondary schools. And I mean, my experience is that a late start really doesn't, I mean, yes, I get the idea of that what the Pediatric Association and all of those articles and research have to do, but I'm just not quite sure 1 day a week is really what the research was done on. And I think it's better off if we could take a look, like Leon was saying a few minutes ago, kind of throughout the district, of just kind of shifting everything and in different ways. But I see that as a completely different decision and discussion. And right now I'm trying to stay focused on the value of PLC, which I think we all agree, the value of PLCs. And I firmly believe in the value of PLCs, also vertical as well as horizontal. To me, I think that's very important as we're building a K-12 system to have continuity and have it be congruent. It is getting late, but so and as well as the logistic issue of bifurcating this plan and this schedule. So and I would hope that we wouldn't see any professional development creep into this time, that it is dedicated to the collaboration and survey and not have it just all of a sudden, you know, a principal say, oh, hey, everyone's here, let's come talk for a few minutes about this, that, or the other, that we protect that time for what it's intended. But I would also like to figure out some way of accounting for that time, like not only the, you know, what it's supposed to be, but how it's supposed to be used, but how it is actually used. And not that I feel like we need, you know, minute by minute exact details, but just some assurances that if that time is granted and the district protects that time, that we have that assurance that that time is being used, well used. And not that we don't trust our teachers, but I think just somehow some sort of an accountability piece, because I think if as we're talking about, it seems like it's inevitable that we're going to cause some disruption to some families' schedules, what they're used to right now. And if they not only understand the rationale and the purpose and the value of this time, but they also have confidence that it's being well used, I think that would be important. And I did notice, this is just a little comment, I did notice on the fact that elementary and middle schools teacher absences were the least number of absences were on Friday. And I think that was addressed, or you mentioned that because they like and they understand the value. So they're there on Fridays so that they can participate in those PLCs. And the high school, Friday was not the best attended day by teachers. And I think it's because they have yet to experience what the value is on that. And I really appreciate the willingness of both the high schools and the middle school principals that spoke to us to be understanding of trying to do what's best for the whole system. So kind of, it's all about prioritizing, weighing things and balancing things. And they were willing to kind of put aside, their first preference for what is the better good for the whole. And I really appreciated that approach. So, and Mrs. Nybauer brought up the idea of a survey. Now, we didn't give specific direction at last board meeting. We just talked about how that would be something that might be important to the board. So I will just pose the question to the board at this point. If we feel like a survey would be beneficial, or if maybe it's more of an informational type communication. So I'll open that up to the board for any thoughts or questions on that. Mrs. Arnold.
My concern about a survey is they're going to get it all mixed up with the other time thing that we're doing, and that it's just going to prolong this, and then we're not going to be able to get the teachers and the principals the information they need. I would like permission, which is another whole thing, to ask the board to make a motion tonight and get this done, because I don't think we necessarily need another survey. So I would like to make a motion instead of going after another survey.
Okay. Thank you. So let's talk about that first question though of survey. Does anyone have any other comments on a survey? Mrs. Nybauer and Mr. Wrigley.
I would like to survey any communities where there would be a change happening. So I think to just go ahead and make a change without getting the input from the community, I would not be in favor of. I also have a quick question, but we'll wait until after the survey discussion.
Okay, Mr. Wrigley.
So I'm not exactly sure what the survey is going to tell us. I guess we could use the high schools as a tiebreaker because the early out on Friday, nobody's complaining about it. They really like it. And the late start on Friday, nobody's complaining about it and they really like it. So I think that's what the survey is going to tell us. And
yes.
then we're going to come back to this, but we can't do it. And then we're no different than what we are now. Like, other than the high schools may say, I don't know what the high school, late start. And so I'm not exactly sure after doing the survey, and we'd have to do it with everybody, right? Because everybody will be affected.
Well, my point is, really, we're just trying to add PLC protected time to high schools and making sure that the early out or late start is in fact always PLC, but I think currently it is. So right now we have PLC in elementary and it's early out. We have PLC in middle school and it's late start. So when I was saying only the community it's affected, we could have the first approach be just to survey the high school parents of what they would prefer, early out or late start, because they currently have nothing. And then we could take that information to know what we want to do with the middle or elementary. But I would like for high school parents of students to weigh in. Would they prefer early out or late start? So that's what I was saying with survey the community that's going to have a change.
Any other comments? Oh, sorry, Mr. Wrigley.
Follow up on that, I guess. Yes and no. It'd be nice to know that on the parents on the late start, but most high schools are going to say late start because they don't have the problem on getting the kids to school. They don't have a problem on daycare. They don't have all the other problems that we've addressed that if we did a late start in elementary would cause havoc with our elementary system. So it leads us then back to what we talked about before, is we have a late start and early out, or we hear all this information and come to the same conclusion that we may have to now, is that the needs and safety of the elementary kids needs to be addressed over the needs and safety of the middle schools and the high school kids.
Okay, so I just have a comment with that. So I'm a mother of 7. My youngest is 4 and my oldest is 21. And I've been working the entire time I've been raising them. And so I currently deal with a early out Friday and a late start Friday, and I'm able to manage just fine. One thing that everyone keeps saying is that the elementary school kids will be home alone, but they currently are, because Friday early out gets them home a half hour to 45 minutes before any of their older siblings come home. So we do need to acknowledge that. That's what we currently have. So, you know, and the thought is, I'm not saying we would take the survey from the high school students and parents and just be done with it. Then we could have a informed discussion about what we want to do. But my concern is that if we just went ahead and said early out, you know, the high school would be like, okay, wow, early out. Well, you know, I just surveyed my community, and I told you that last meeting, but I had 53 parents I asked, and 53 of them all said that they would rather have a late start. And I hate to make that decision and not even hear from them, and then also take away that late start from the middle school. It seems to me like it's not a win-win, and I want it to be a win-win. I also had a quick question. You know, when we're talking about bus route, Dr. McGill's high school, Alta, did a late start, but it wasn't on a Friday. It was like on a Tuesday. And I was just wondering what you thought of the effectiveness of that. Because it's something we've tried in the high schools, and I think it's the only high school we've tried this with.
I think everybody's getting a turn tonight here in the peanut gallery. So yeah, Tuesday was the chosen day for a couple of reasons. One, it was one day that the transportation could offer up services. It worked out well schedule-wise throughout the week because it was earlier in the week. I did get very good teacher participation as a result of that because it was the start of the day, start of the week. We were able to utilize that time. As I look at my high school peers and colleagues that ran high schools with, you know, a minimum of 45 minutes before the start bell each morning, running faculty meetings, holding PLC, vertical alignment, horizontal PLCing, self-care and advocacy, you know, activity building with teachers as well, building relationships. That time was extremely valuable to have. And so, you know, I know there's been a lot of dialogue, a lot of discussion tonight about what's best, what's not best. You know, having time for PLCs for those teachers is extremely valuable. And I know, I mean, I had teachers actually choose Alta as a result of us having a late start and then having the opportunity to be able to PLC together with their colleagues. So very valuable. So, yep.
Yeah, Mr. Sherwood.
We actually started the late start the same year as Alta at Jordan. And we only did it for a year. And the reason we only kept it for a year was the tech center did not go on the same schedule as we did. And we had over 350 students at the tech center. And it was just too impactful, those students missing class because of us changing the schedule and the tech center not. It's because of the really high percentage of students Jordan High School that went to that program. So the unilateral approach was really an important thing for us because tech center had to be on the same page. So, but the time was great. It was used very well. It was just impacting too many kids.
So I would like to ask permission of the board to make a motion. Okay, my motion is.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Yes, so she's asking permission of the board because we didn't, as we traditionally do, notice this up for possible action. But yet it is in a business meeting, so it is appropriate to make a motion.
So my motion is that we do early out Fridays for the purpose of doing PLCs based on the time that the buses are running that Leon gave us. Is that sufficient motion for Friday? District wide.
Okay.
Early out.
Oh, I'll second
Okay,
that.
there's a motion and a second. Okay. Discussion to the motion? Mrs. Nybauer?
It was mentioned that all of those medical institutions were talking about a daily routine of a later start, but I feel that if you have a child that's starving, if you feed them for that one day, it still makes a difference. And I think our adolescents are sleep deprived. And I think it would be monumental to take that away from the middle school. And I'm not comfortable doing it without a survey, especially since last board meeting, there were 3 of us of the board members. And then the board president said, okay, that sounds like the board's directive is to have a survey. And I did listen to that recording. And I just want to not go back on what we said, especially for all the individuals that were watching that meeting and in good faith on the agenda. It was not posed as an actionable item for a vote. And so I don't feel like that is transparent enough for the public who may have come tonight had they been aware and thought that actually a motion would go through and we'd be removing late start from the middle school.
Other discussion to the motion? Mr. Wrigley?
I guess I'm sort of torn on this. On the one hand, I'm not looking forward to 2 more weeks of a whole bunch of emails. On the second part of it, there has been a lot of confusion with all this early out, late start and Draper and everything else. I mean, it's just everybody doesn't know what's going on. A lot of the parents, the parents that have contacted me that are elementary, they were really concerned about Wednesdays. That was their main concern, not Fridays. It wasn't late or something. I mean, we could do a survey. I'm not exactly sure what it's going to accomplish. I guess most of the time, the high school teachers, high school parents are not aware, I think, what we've been considering. This is probably the first night in detail we've actually talked about this for the high schools, especially on early out or late start on a Friday. So it's not been a question that I think a lot of the high school parents have had a chance to feed in on. But whatever decision, I mean, it's going to come down, I think, at the end is either we're going to have to decide one way or the other, and we'll have to, we take all the consequences here or not do anything. And not doing anything is not something I really think this board needs to do with the critical nature of having to work with our kids and moving them forward at this time. That's the main thing is our students. We need to provide that extra support to our kids to get them through the loss of 2 years of education in some cases because of disrupted education because of COVID. So I'm still sort of going back and forth on this one.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion to the motion, Mr. Millerberg.
Deep in my heart, I'd like to be done with it. The one thing I'm vehemently opposed to is surveying a community that doesn't have a change and leaving the rest of the district out, because then I feel like that community gets a much stronger voice because the others would not be heard. And so if a survey is done, I feel like it needs to go district-wide, not just school by school. I would like clarification as to whether we said we would actually do a survey or whether it was proposed. I also think that what we have is a large amount of confusion between whether we do a late start, early out for PLC, or whether we're looking at moving a school schedule to a later start time. And I'm afraid that a lot of the parents are muddling those two concepts. And I think we need to be very careful we keep those separate. I've heard the word bifurcated used tonight, and if we're going to bifurcate anything, I'd like to bifurcate those issues as to whether it's a PLC late start or a PLC early out, and whether or not we are going to move some of our middle schools to a later start time every day of the week. With that, I'll be done.
Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so I was one who in the last meeting said we should survey parents, but I've changed my mind. And the reason why is based on the survey results we just got. What that proves is people don't like change. So it's going to be like what Steve said. The elementary parents are going to say Friday early out. The middle school parents are going to say the late start. And then there again, what Steve said, it'll be up to the high school students who aren't taking all the factors that we know into account. So I just don't think that's fair. I think the board should just make the decision. We have all the information. And I just think we're best to make the decision ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion to the motion?
I think,
Mrs. Arnold?
I'm sorry, I think if we make this decision, then the other decision about changing times can be made after it, because then this one's in place and then people can know about this one. And then the next one can take its place next, but that's my opinion.
Let's see. Yeah, we do have a motion and a second. And Mrs. Schill, further discussion to the
Yeah, I
motion?
just want to say, I agree with what Mont said, but I think it's really important how we communicate this and that we have a good explanation for parents on why we're doing that. And I think that's been said, but I think that's really important.
Any further discussion? I would just like to also comment that, like Mr. Wrigley, I'm not sure what a survey would tell us that we don't already know. And then it was mentioned that it would leave out some, or we could be accused of ignoring some parent voice, but we have, it seems to me like this situation is, it needs to be consistent. This idea of bifurcating it is not practical, it sounds like, for transportation purposes. And so all those elementary school voices, and if you think about it, that's half of the district. When you look at parents and families and students, right, are represented in elementary schools. And, or at least close to half of it. Anyway, so I don't want to also ignore those voices. So it's a tough thing, but I just think the value of it at this point is, and I'm a little bit worried about the timing of it too. As I think Principal Robinson mentioned, that it really is kind of, we're at critical time here, timing wise. So those are just some of my thoughts regarding the motion and the question about a survey. And to Mont's question, I don't think it was a clear direction from the board. We had talked about, something like that would probably, we would be interested in a survey, but there wasn't specific direction given. So if we do choose to do a survey, we do need to give specific direction. Let's see, Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Nygaard.
Just a question, Leon. We talked earlier about doing a massive overall review. That overall review of late start or moving the elementaries first and maybe the middle school second and the high schools third. That would be one thing that would change. But would that study also be able to address at the same time how we could do all of that, and at the same time have middle schools in the mornings and high schools in the morning and in the afternoon elementaries? It's too much for one system to do, isn't it?
I'd have to say it would be very difficult. Again, you have to realize we have a massive software program that maps these routes out. And we try to make them as efficient as possible. It's a very, we have 140 routes, 2 to 3 runs on each one. You're dealing with traffic conditions, elevation, pickups, neighborhoods, everything like that. Traffic, everything. And it's a process. We could look at that, but I think that would be very difficult, but I don't want to.
It's almost like two different questions. I mean, I think we're all for looking at something to do a late start in general if possible, and that's going to take some time to really get a good study. But that, when we do a late start, everything moves the same time. We don't have one system going in one direction, the other going the other direction.
That's why it's really got to be all late start, all early out. We have such a problem on Fridays as is, and you can't, that's just with the middle schools. You compound that with the high schools and you can't do it.
We'd have the same problem if we went
And so
a little later during the day or whatever, we'd probably have the same problem.
you'd have to, it's.
Anything else? Okay. Mrs. Nybauer.
I would be interested in a midweek late start from middle and high and early out on Friday. That would probably help the busing situation. I went back actually and listened to our last board meeting with the survey discussion. And at the end, Madam President, you did wrap up with, it sounds like the board would like to have a survey. And I'd just like to read this SCC chair's email that says, when you send out the parent survey, can you provide a bit more context so parents can provide an informed response? In particular, why the district is implementing this at the high school level, who will benefit from this, and why it is necessary. This might change responses to look beyond their personal preferences and try to look out what's best for teachers and therefore students. For example, the late start would allow that only the students that are there are looking for additional help, instead of an early out where many students would still be in the building. Again, my concern is that when that was the directive in our last public meeting, and I've had emails about the survey, to go ahead and vote without a survey when we are instituting a change. And, maybe it's consulting. And my thought too, with the survey, I wasn't saying we'd survey the high school and then we're done. I just thought maybe that would provide a little more information, and then we could survey others if we needed to. But it sounds like this group's pretty confident that high school would like late start. So if we're confident that high school would like late start, and we're confident that middle school would probably like to keep their late start, to me, I know that we're in a time constraint, but I feel uncomfortable making a decision just based on the fact that we have a time constraint, because sometimes the best decisions aren't made under pressure of time like this. And I very much value the PLCs. So I want to do this in a way that also there's a lot of support from parents and families and understanding why we're doing this. And also that teachers are able to participate and they're not talking to kids that are loitering in the halls because they haven't left the building, or because they have to get on the bus because there's a game down in American Fork or theater practice. There's just a lot of problems with the after school, especially on a Friday, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
Madam President, we have a motion on the table and a second, and I'd like to call for the question.
Okay, the question has been called, and that is, in effect, it ends debate. So I will ask for a vote on the call of the question. So this is not a vote on the motion, but a vote to end debate. So all in favor of ending debate and calling the question, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so with that, then I will ask for a vote on the motion. And to restate the motion, since it's been a while, would you like to do that, Mrs. Arnold? The maker of the
I
motion?
should have wrote it down. I make a motion that we have an early out Friday. Everybody nod your head. Yes, that's what it is, right? An early out Friday for the purpose and use of PLCs for the whole district on the same day at the same time for the whatever. For the purpose of PLCs, I already said that. Friday afternoon. Thank you. Is that sufficient enough? Is that all I need?
We as proposed, because it's not exactly the same times.
But not the same time.
Right.
It's Friday afternoon
Pretty
at
out.
the given times
Proposed.
and the bus,
Yeah.
using the bus schedule that was given to us by Leon
Correct.
For this upcoming school year.
for this upcoming school year.
Okay, so board, that is the motion. I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, that motion passes 5-1. Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, next on the agenda, item 8E, Midvale Area Elementary School Boundaries. This is a third reading action requested. I'll turn the time over to Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President. Thank you to all our principals who attended. Yes, please go to school night. Go quickly here. Midvale area boundaries. I just want to, before we start, just thank everyone who's helped with this process. I want to thank Kirsten, Floyd for attending the SCCs and the open houses and organizing them. I want to thank the principals who were so instrumental. I want to thank all the SCCs who participated, the parents who came and to the open houses, parents on the SCCs, and the online comments that we heard as well. As we've worked through this, been almost a year we've been going through this. I think we have a pretty good process down if we go changing here, change boundaries in the future. We don't like to do that because it's a process, but I think we've done okay here. Again, you can see all the dates and the meetings that we've held. We've gone through these last couple meetings. We've sent out a final email to these communities, these 4 elementary communities on April 15th. We've complied with all the rules and laws. Just want to emphasize that it's option 3 that we're approving, moving a section east of State Street that goes to Carperview into Mid Valley, and the avenue section there that's in East Midvale, that would go to Midvale. Okay, we're roughly 25 students in number 2 there, and about 50-ish students in number 1. Okay, is what we're looking at there. Here's our timeline. Again, this is what we call the third reading action requested. We communicate this. I think it's also important to note that this would not go into effect this upcoming school year, but the year after. We do want that to be known so people, parents, if they want to look at a permit into these schools implementing it early, we want to make sure they have that notice and that flexibility to do that. I put a possible motion up there. Again, it's option 3, that take the area east of State Street to be moved to Carperview, from Carperview to Mid Valley, and the avenues to be moved from East Midvale Elementary to Midvale, again, 23-24 school year. And then instruct us to make sure this is communicated to all those communities. Again, thank you to everyone who's helped us get to this point. Any questions?
Could I make the motion?
Any questions, board?
Can I make the
Okay,
motion?
the motion is in order.
Make a motion to approve option 3 of the Midvale area elementary boundaries in that area east of State Street to be moved to Copperview Elementary to Mid Valley Elementary. Move from Copperview Elementary to Mid Valley Elementary, and the avenue to be moved from East Midvale Elementary to Midvale Elementary. The implementation will be for the 2023-2024 school year. Also instruct the administration to notify all school communities.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion? All right, I'll ask for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. That motion passes. All right, and yes, thank you to all that have worked so hard on this over the last couple of years almost, I think. Okay, next item is item 8F, report on survey results regarding start and dismissal times for Draper Park and Mount Jordan Middle Schools and other affected schools. I'll turn the time over to Jeff Haney, Director of Communications.
So yes, this one is the one. Thank you. It is getting late. Actually, Sharice double dog dared me to come to the microphone and just say the closing prayer so we could go home. So this is the survey that was requested of the administration to conduct of our community. And the Board of Education indicated that they really truly wanted to hear the community's voice on the questions that were surrounding whether we should standardize the start time of middle schools in the Kenyan School District to at or about 8 o'clock. This survey was done of Kenyon's district parents and employees from April 21st to April 29th. The reason why the Board of Education requested this was because of at least one school community that had requested a later start time at the middle school. That particular middle school, Draper Park and Mount Jordan Middle School, start at a different time than every other middle school in the district. Both of those schools start at 7:30. Every other middle school starts at 7:50 or later. The question that was asked of us was whether we could gauge the public sentiment about the question of standardizing the starting time of middle schools in Kenyon's district to at or about 8 o'clock. You'll see that the timeline for the survey is we released this on April 21st. Please rest assured that we did have it translated for our families that needed that translation service. This survey was sent to Family One, Parent One, as listed in Skyward. We also sent to our employees to gauge their sentiment on the question of whether or not they wanted to keep their bell schedule as it stood, or if they would like to see a change. As a reminder, we did 2 robocalls, 2 email reminders, and text reminders to the communities that would be affected by a change of the middle school start and dismissal times. As we know, the bell schedule is largely contingent on the availability of bus services. Leon and I worked on this survey together to ensure that we had properly identified the times that school would have to start and end in order to accommodate a change of the middle school start and dismissal times at Mount Jordan and Draper Park Middle Schools to bring the beginning of the middle school time across the district to be roughly the same. That's why some of the questions on a survey to one community may be a little bit different than the others because of the time that it would have to change given the transportation logistics. That said, the major introductory coda to the survey was Kenyon's district seeks input on a proposal to start all Kenyon's middle schools at or about 8 a.m. Transportation logistics would require start and dismissal time changes to several schools at Draper Park and Mount Jordan Middle Schools, which start at least 20 minutes before the 6 other middle schools were assigned later start times. The affected schools would start and end 15 to 30 minutes later if all middle schools were scheduled to start at or about 8 a.m. Again, I want to remind the board that there was 1 survey per family and 1 survey per employee. It was sent to Family One, Guardian One, and 1 per employee. The reason I tell you this is we did receive some phone calls from parents saying, I never received it. But the survey itself was sent to the parent or guardian number 1. They could search for it. Typically, people found it. In addition, in our reminder emails, they were given the phone number to our IT help desk that could look up that particular family's email address, identify when the survey was sent, if indeed they needed to be sent another one, and to let them know if that particular family had already submitted their survey. The communities surveyed would be Draper Park and Mount Jordan Middle, Altaview Elementary, Diamond Ridge High, Lone Peak Elementary, Sprucewood Elementary, Draper Elementary, Crescent Elementary, Oak Hollow Elementary, Willow Springs Elementary, and Glacier Hills. Those are all the schools that would have been affected or would be affected by a change to the beginning and end times of our middle schools, so that we could standardize that time as the proposal states. The question that we asked at the direction of the board was, first and foremost, I prefer the start and dismissal times to remain the same. The second question, I prefer the start and dismissal schedule to be the 7:50 a.m. to 2:50 p.m. and or I prefer the daily start and dismissal schedule to be 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. In the previous presentation, another option was presented to the board as a start time, but the board indicated to us they just wanted two options, the 7:50 and the 8 a.m. That was based on the logistics that we would have to go through to make sure that all school communities were provided a start and end time that would be suitable for so that their school didn't start too early or too late, and then didn't end too early or too late. You'll see two asterisks. Those last two questions were asked of the communities that would have that question. Other school communities were asked to choose between the two if the board decided to move forward to standardizing, and which preference they would have if you move to either a 7:50 start or an 8 a.m. start at the middle schools. Some key findings. The total response rate across the district, meaning the 11 school communities that were surveyed, of parents and guardians, 43.4%. Employees, 52.2%. The majority of the parents in 9 of 11 school communities strongly or somewhat preferred their schedule to remain the same. The majority of employees at 10 of the 11 schools strongly or somewhat preferred the schedules to remain the same. Now, when given the option, if they were to change, because we were asking about the middle schools, and if they would prefer to have a standardized approach in the 2 middle school communities that we surveyed, in Draper Park, they noted this. When we asked if they would like a 7:50 to 2:50 schedule, 51.7% of the parents indicated they strongly or somewhat preferred that schedule if it were to change. 54.6% of the parents and 36.9% of the employees indicated if it were to change, they would prefer the 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. In Mount Jordan, when asked the same question, a start time of 7:50 and end time of 2:50, 41.9%, close to 42% of the parents said they would prefer that if it were to change. Employees, 51.1%. 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., 50% of the parents, 37.7% of the employees. You can see through the surveys that we sent to you on Saturday, were accessible to the board to look at throughout the weekend and on Monday, the individual results of every school community. We presented to you these key findings. Now, of course, every school community did have various insights. We also had an open-ended question of about 250 words And all of that insight and input from parents was provided to the board as well. 99 pages. Yeah. So you have had a chance to take a look at each school's results. We've also presented some of the key findings as we see the results. Yes,
Help me with the math.
pardon me.
I look at Draper Park, 750, 51% of the parents want 750, 54% want 8 o'clock. I'm adding up to about 105%. How does that work?
I'm sorry, Mom, I didn't hear you. My bad.
Oh. I'm looking at Draper Park Middle. 750, 51.7% want 750. 54.6% want 8 o'clock. Help me with the math and how I get that to be 100%. What
So-
am I missing?
Let me take a look at this. It's two different.
It was two different questions, so they could answer in favor of both
Yeah,
of them.
If you could go to your survey, you would see that we asked for them to state whether they strongly or somewhat preferred to every question. It was not an either or. So if you take a look at the question there, Mont, you'll see that we are asking them to respond to the question, would you strongly or somewhat prefer this over this?
I'm with you now. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
You made me smarter.
You always make me smarter, Mont. You always keep me on my toes. Like I mentioned, the board does have the survey results. This is the first time we've presented information about the survey. It was in the field for 9 days, and we received a substantial amount of response for an online survey. Some communities, as you see, there was more interest in responding to the survey than others. But for the most part, for a 9-day survey online, to have a 43 and a 52% response rate, it's statistically valid in most parts of our community. And we've seen much less when we've done surveys of communities.
Just a question on what, with 43 overall, but what was the percentage from the middle schools and the percentage from the elementaries that responded? I mean, because it's interesting to see how many, did we have more elementaries respond than the high schools, or what, do we have that breakdown?
I do. So I can give it to you, every single school community. You have this already on board docs, but I can make sure that it is in the public record as well. So we've already identified the response rate. Well, actually, not totally. The response rate for employees at Draper Park was 60.8%, of parents 53%. Mount Jordan employees 57.6%, parents 36.1%. Diamond Ridge employees 44%, parents 11%. Altitude.
That's fine. I have those. I've just taken overall the elementaries. Did we have that?
I didn't write that
Okay,
down. for
I
you.
did, because I've read all this stuff or whatever, but I'm per school,
So
but I'm just wondering if we had like 60,
Papa.
50% of it.
Well, if
So
you
not
would like me to do the
percentage, but
math
we
for
have-
you, I can.
not percentage wise, Steve, but school wise. We only have the 2 middle schools who voted that they would be willing to kind of change. Diamond Ridge said no, right? And all the rest of the elementary said no. They wanted to keep the one they have. So with 11, we have 9 schools that pretty well said, we don't want to change. We want to stay the way we are. On Mount Jordan, it's a half and half. It's like 30% said, 33% said yes, 3% said no, and then 3% didn't say anything. So Draper Park Middle is the only one that stands out with 28 that they agree to change it. No, they wanted to keep it the way it was, and 45 wanted to change it. So, and then the teachers wanted to keep it the way they were. So 9 out of 11
absolutely say they do not want to change their schedules.
So sorry, were you still? Okay, Mrs. Nybauer.
So I think what Mr. Haney did is he combined the strongly agree to somewhat agree. And so that's why those numbers are the way they are. So I think it's very clear. I think over half of Mount Jordan Middle would like a later start time, as well as Draper Park. But all of the elementary schools, the majority of them did not want to have the adjustment. That's the 9 of the 11 are the elementary schools who did not want the adjustment. I have talked to as many as I can in my community. I know that the middle schools want later start times, but I would be in favor of doing an overall study instead of impacting the least amount of schools, to go ahead and do that bus route efficiency study and look at moving elementary schools to earlier. And we have had a lot of emails from teachers as well saying, hey, we'd be fine with the adjustment, but can you bump us a little earlier instead of a little later? Now, knowing that that may impact more schools instead of 9 elementary schools, that may impact more of those, but that's what I am in favor of, is to.
If I'm looking at this right, did you indicate that Mount Jordan Middle's the response rate, the responses of the guardians to the question of if they wanted to have the daily start and dismissal schedule to remain the same? Was that your question?
I'm saying the Mount Jordan Middle parents, 50.5% would like it to change to 8 to 3. So that was strongly agree or somewhat agree. And Draper Park was 54.6. So I'm counting that as a little over half. So that would be the majority. But even though, and this board surely knows, I'm passionate about sleep and start time, but I'm not comfortable moving the start time later with the survey results from elementary schools, because they were very much not in favor of this change. So I'm in favor of doing a overall bus route study. And instead of just looking at the directive our business administrator was given is what's the least impact, which means the least number of schools to be impacted. It doesn't mean time frame, right? There could be, with a study, it could be, well, we're going to affect 15 schools, but it's only going to be like 10 minutes. And it's going to be earlier. We don't know, but I'm just saying that's what I'm in favor of.
Okay, Mrs. Arnold.
So if I'm supposed to put students on the street corner, I'm now going to put my elementary students on the street corner at 7:30 in the morning. And they're going to be able to get up at 6:15 to get ready to go to school, and not put my high school students on the corner at 7:30 and get them up at 6:15. I don't even want to go there, but overall, we did a study, I want to say 3 years ago, and we tried, has it been 5? And I'm sure we've done one before then and one before then. It always comes back the same. The parents didn't even want us to move this schedule 5 to 7 minutes before. It was like an onslaught of everybody coming and saying, no, leave it where it is. This is where we have it. This is what we've been doing. This is what we've always been doing. And this is what we want. I'm not going to do this for one school who wants a 20-minute delay in their day for everybody else not wanting a change. So that's my vote.
Mr. Wrigley.
So I looked at a lot of the data, and it's interesting that almost all of our high schools start at 7:30 or 7:45. So the question that it's not nobody's standing. I had several people call me. First off, nobody at Mount Jordan ever asked for this, but now they said, well, since you asked, let me give you your opinion. And since you asked, it would really be nice to do an 8 o'clock. I was really surprised because you put down how much it affects everybody. And a lot of the parents were really upset that the elementary, the middle schools didn't take into consideration the elementary in this process and their decision. And so, and I got a real strong, as Mont would say, not a no, but a hell no on Diamond Ridge. I heard that from a lot of people because 72% of the teachers and 58 versus 3% of the families, because they need to get out in time to work. Most everybody work. So the question is, the two options that I've seen, maybe for Leon to address, is the first option, we can do nothing with this and leave it as and ask for a study. The other one is it feasible to get some extra buses at Draper Park? To how many buses would we need? How many buses go into Draper Park? Is it feasible for a short period of time while we're trying to do this study, just to transport those darn kids earlier without having affect all the other schools? I need to know that, because if it isn't, then it's okay. But I mean, I don't know how many buses come in that school. With 1,500 kids, I suspect it's probably about 7 or 8, 10.
I'd have to get the exact number of buses. It's quite a few.
Pardon me?
It's quite a few buses. They go to.
Yeah, so feasibly to say,
Draper
we're going to
Park.
just pull them out of the whole system and we're going to just ship them themselves both ways, is not practical. So the only way that would work would be to change all the Draper schools. And I've heard a lot from Draper parents too, that they said, I can't have my kid come home at 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the evening. It's just too late. They just don't have enough time to do anything before they have to go to bed. So that's just not going to work. So
Boys get out at.
and the
3,
teachers are
3:30.
concerned because they're getting out
Yeah.
so late that they
Yeah,
can't
they
do their
get-
doctor's appointments.
And I also want to note, I want to thank Jeff. He's doing a fantastic job working on the survey. Want to thank Eric Taylor, everybody in IT.
You've done
It's
a lot
really
of
a
work.
team effort. We went back and forth and changed times and checked times and our transportation department. It was quite a process, to say the least. Thanks to the board for allowing us to do it. It was a good exercise. I want to emphasize Draper Park and Mount Jordan can be independent, okay? They both do not have to move, okay? If you wanted to say, and I think, Drape, as I read the results, Mount Jordan kind of iffy, right? You could keep Mount Jordan the same, and then going down that list, Altaview, Diamond Ridge, Sprucewood, and Glacier Hills, all would be the same. No change if you wanted to do that, okay? No change there. That would take that feeder, or if you will, out of the question, okay? They'd all stay the same. If you wanted to look at something at Draper Park where we seem to hear the more, I'm a dad. As Jeff said, it went to guardian number 1. That was my wife. I did not see the survey, so I didn't get a vote, okay? But she voted, and she told me how she voted. She was one of those, one of those 8 o'clock ones, okay? If you wanted to do that, you could do it. Keep in mind, the 2 schools that really impact on the 750, on the Draper Park, is Draper Elementary and Lone Peak. They're going back 20 minutes, okay? And that's a big change. There's no doubt about it. If they go back 20 minutes, if you just go back 20 minutes, the other 3, Crescent, Willow Springs, Oak Hollow, no change. But that is a big change for those 2 schools. So there is an option there, maybe, giving kids 20 more minutes, but it's not. I don't know if you want to look at that. If you do want to go back 30 minutes, then even a bigger change to Draper and Lone Peak, again, 30 minutes back, and those other 3 schools, Crescent, Oak Hollow, Willow, all go back 10 minutes. So we do have just so you know, on the buses, a year ago at this meeting last year, the board approved us ordering 4 buses. We have still not received those buses in yet. Okay. We've been told that we may get them in May. Okay. May and May. We put in 10 buses. You approved 10 buses in February. We'll be lucky if we get them by the end of this calendar year. That's just the supply chain. And then again, we're down to still 15, 20 drivers to drive those buses. So that's all the problems that we have. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I know, Mrs. Schill, did you have a question about this, or because I just want to remind the board that this is a report on the survey, so we should keep our questions to the survey, and that we'll have a presentation on the bell schedule update following this. So, Mrs. Schill, did you have a question about
Okay,
the survey?
no, I'll wait. Let's go for the presentation.
Okay, any
Like
other
it's
questions
about the survey?
on the survey?
No, but yes, indeed, as Leon has indicated, you could separate the issue of whether there's the Mount Jordan start time and the Lone Peak start time. But one of the reasons why we asked the questions that we did was whether or not they wanted it to stay the same. And if I could point out that we have 63% of the guardians and say they would strongly agree with keeping Lone Peak's start time the same, and 10.1% somewhat agree. So you're looking at almost 75% say they don't want to change.
Okay, any other questions about the survey? Thank you, Mr. Haney, and thank you to the team that worked on this survey. I think it's really clear how much work that took and how very complicated it was. And you've been very thorough and we appreciate that.
Thank you. And like Leon said, a big thanks to IT, Jeff Murray, Eric Taylor, Leon, Kirsten, everybody who took a look at the survey, edited, made sure that we were headed down the right path. And of course, thanks to our patrons who took the time to provide the input to us. That was why the board wanted to do it, was to gauge public sentiment, and we got some good data.
Thank you. Okay, next item is item 8G, 2022-2023 Bell Schedule Update. This is the second reading. I'll turn the time over to Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Okay, so this is the second reading, won't be any action requested. Want to emphasize a couple things. We already talked about the buses and the routes. And we also hit on, our elementary routes are just shorter. We have actually more buses running elementary routes because more kids ride them, fewer kids ride the high school routes. And, same with middle schools because they're actually out the 2 miles. Also get complicated by our shuttles. Tom mentioned when he was here, the C-Tech shuttles and going back and forth there. So all kinds, and then throw in all the field trips, the extracurricular activities, and it's quite a system that our transportation department does. And appreciate all the great work they do. We want to emphasize, next meeting, we hope to approve the Bell schedule for next year. So you approve the whole thing when it comes to you. We want to emphasize that Glacier Hills, when we combine Glacier and Edgemont, we are going with not Glacier, it's late, Bellevue and Edgemont. We are going with the Bellevue time because of busing. So that's 9 o'clock. Edgemont goes at 8:45. I know there's been some confusion there, but we got to separate that issue from, did you have a question, Steve, on?
Yeah, can you expand on that? I've had several people. The reason we're having an issue on that is that more students take the Bellevue bus than the Edgemont because a lot of them are walking. And the Bellevue buses are in a whole different routing system that if we were to change the time, it affects several other schools. I don't know how many other, but probably 5 or 6
That's
others.
the issue. When we combine the two, Glacier, most of Bellevue is in this area. I hope I'm getting late. This area across the street from us right here. And so they're bused across 7th East. And that will still, of course, continue going up the Glacier Hills now, just a half mile further east. But that's where most of the busing, most of Edgemont is a walking school. So that's why we have to do it at the 9 o'clock.
Yeah, well, I've had several parents say, why 9 o'clock? And the reason is because it just doesn't affect the local neighborhood. It would be interesting to find out if we move that to 9:45, how many other schools on the other side.
8:45, yeah. We couldn't do it. Well, yeah, you'd have to, if you moved it earlier, Mount Jordan actually have to go earlier than 7:30. That would be, we don't want to do that.
We don't want that to happen.
Let's not do this. No, yeah, that would be the problem. Yeah. So, but again, there's a whole list of schools there that we are proposing not to move. Okay. Jeff talked about the survey. Again, here are the times. Again, as I mentioned, if you move Draper Park 20 minutes late, you do move 2 schools back that 20 minutes. That's it can be a big impact there. Okay. That's a big impact. We're getting out at 3:20 instead of 3:40. Keep in mind, Crescent, Oak Hollow, Willow Springs, start at 9, get out at 3:30. Okay. So there actually 3:35, excuse me. So there would be, if you move Draper Park back again 10 minutes,
they would get out at 3:45. You can see where Draper and Lone Peak, 5 minutes after that. But again, it's a big change from where they are now. We also talked a little bit about this congestion there at Summit. Could be congestion, you may not have it. And then Mount Jordan again. Glacier Hills would not be impacted if they just moved 20 minutes back, but you can see the times on Altaview. We heard, the SEC chair on Diamond Ridge, they'd have to move back in Sprucewood. And then you can see if they move back 30 minutes from Mount Jordan. So again, future considerations, we talked about a Bell study. I would suggest you don't talk about that now, but at your roundtable. But it will take several months to look at and analyze. It's a good 6 to 8 months project. To do everything I think you need to do there, but we'll take your direction. So that's that full presentation. Any comments?
Board questions or comments on this? Mrs. Arnold?
So having taught elementary too many years, no, not really. I've lived every year, 33 years. I want you to know that after 1 o'clock, it's an uphill battle of keeping them engaged, keeping them learning and keeping them doing, because they get tired. Those first graders and second graders are exhausted. And when you then are going to set them to go back another even 20, 30 minutes, it is really, really hard, not only on the kids, but on the teachers too. It's not the same as when you're changing classes and you have a break and you can go from teacher to teacher and every teacher has a different strategy or personality or a different thing that they're learning. And so I just because of the survey too, every elementary said no. And I don't want to change anything right now because I don't think that one middle school should dictate what happens. And especially Diamond Ridge, we have worked so hard to get those kids there, to get them functioning, to be able to have them get their graduation and be able to still work. And I don't want to touch them at all. And Mount Jordan, when I talked to them, they said that they would go along with it, but it wasn't necessarily something that they brought to us. And that we got to just make sure that those kids, the middle school, can get home to get across town to those kids at the elementary to pick them up, because it's a different clientele, a different type of family situation. And they need to grab their brothers and sisters at the elementary and take them home and be responsible for them. So I just feel like at this point, we just leave things where they are. And I guess if you want to do a survey, come back to it.
Other comments or thoughts or questions, Mrs. Schill?
So I'm actually in favor of moving Draper Park to 750 because we've been hearing from those parents for years now. And I just feel like we need to respond to them. And I know it affects, I would do 750 because I want to affect the least amount of schools. My kids got out at 3:40 the whole time in elementary, 4 kids, and it was fine. Yes, there were days when if my son had soccer, I had to pick him up straight from school and go straight to soccer. But it's not the end of the world. They can work around that. And in the survey, 49.75% of Draper Park Middle said they were in favor of the 7:50 start time. So that's 50% of parents are in favor of that. So that's my logic. I don't think we should touch Mount Jordan. I don't think we should. They've never asked for it. We've never gotten one email asking for a later start time from Mount Jordan. And I don't want to move Diamond Ridge either. So that's just my opinion. I don't know what everyone else feels, but I am in favor of doing something for Draper Park.
Mrs. Nybauer?
One thing to point out is the other elementary schools in Draper currently dismiss at 3:35. So this schedule is actually closer to the other elementary schools in Draper. Our start time is 9 o'clock and we get out at 3:35, Oak Hollow and Willow. So,
And Crescent.
and yeah, so that is something to point out, is that
they currently get out at
Yeah,
that
they,
time.
you can see where their current time.
Yeah. So, so again, I mean, I definitely want Draper Park Middle to be heard. I'm definitely an advocate for more sleep and later start time. My one concern, a lot of feedback in the written in is people were more interested in 8 o'clock or even later in all those written in responses. So my one concern is if we make Draper Elementary and Lone Peak Elementary upset because they said we don't really want to be changed later, we'd be, and some of those written comments said, if you're going to change elementary, change it to earlier than later. So my one concern about doing a 7:50 start time is maybe it's a Band-Aid for Draper Park and they really would rather to be 8 or later. And then there's these other schools that have responded, hey, we're okay to change for the later start, but please make us earlier, not later. So in that perspective, I think I would just be happier about doing an overall bus study and try to see if we can make as many people happy as possible. And I think if my concern is 25% of Draper Park Middle School opts out of first period. And I think if they're given a 20-minute later start time, I don't know that they're going to get rid of that opt out of first period. I think they'll keep it because they say 20 minutes isn't long enough. So that's my concern with that. As well as all the studies that I mentioned before, the American Association of Pediatrics, Sleep Academy, all of that, they say 8:30. And so I think all of those parents that have been passionate about sleep and are reading everything, they're saying, well, at 8 o'clock sounds a lot better than 7:50. So I'd be in favor of the overall study. Thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
My question, Altaview is in the Mount Jordan feeder system, right? So, I mean, I could not at this point support Mount Jordan at all. None of my schools are that I represent or they would do that. And I really think tonight we're going to be ordering you or requesting that you do an overall study. It may change everything. Again, I'm thinking that if these two schools, elementaries, they're going to be really ticked at the board and really ticked at Mount Jordan. I mean, at Draper Park. They're going to be mad at everybody. And then only maybe a year later, or have it totally changed around again, I'm not sure we're gaining too much. And as you're saying, I think the parents at Draper Park made it very clear they want at least an hour. So 20 minutes is, 30 minutes is not enough. They want to, I don't know how they're going to do an hour and get out before 6 o'clock at night. But at this point, I'm really hesitant on Draper Park because of the impact on the other two elementaries and what I'm hearing from the parents is, and they're concerned you'd cause all kinds of rifts.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilcox, for this information. So it sounds like maybe for the third reading, when you bring it back, that we'd probably like to just look at the schedule as currently is. And then I think regarding an overall, maybe I guess, sorry, it's very late. I think sounds like an overall study is the direction we're going, but I think that now is not the right time to give the specific instructions about that. I think that should come either through the roundtable or in another board meeting where we can talk about the parameters and some of the priorities so that then when you conduct that bus study, that transportation study, overall the district, then you have some guidance at that point.
You hit exactly what I was going to request. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, Mrs. Schill.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just got to say one more thing. So my kids also have always started at 7:50 for middle and high school. And it does make a difference because they could wake up at 7 and then leave the house about 7:25, 7:30. It makes a difference. The 20 minutes will make a difference. I'm just saying, I want you guys to think about that.
So at this point, should we ask Mr. Wilcox to bring back then 2 options for consideration at the third reading?
Well, happy to do that. Happy. You got them right here and happy to bring them both back. Whatever you.
I don't think it's necessary in that the elementary's already all told us no. So then you're going to say yes to one and then get the other three upset because we didn't listen to them. And if we're going to do a study anyway, and we can't really, I'd say no, but okay, that's mine.
Mrs. Nybauer?
My one concern with bringing back Draper Park and not Mount Jordan, I think the difference was 54 and 50% between either strongly agreeing or somewhat agreeing for the change. So they're very close to the same. It just, I hesitate to bring it back for one as an option and not the other because it was half of the Mount Jordan population too. Jeff, do you have that number again? On Mount Jordan, wasn't it Draper Park was 54 point something and wasn't Mount Jordan?
Mount Jordan's 33 and 33 and 33 did not vote.
Clarine, but that's just the strongly agree. The way that Jeff segregated it was slightly different. And that's the question I'm asking.
All the elementaries have already said no. And so I don't
I don't disagree with you. I actually would rather just have the big study done. I'm just saying if we're going to bring back one, I hate to bring back one and not
I
the
want to
other.
bring Mount Jordan back.
Okay. So can you just give us that percentage number, please?
Yeah, tell us the
What's the
numbers
total?
on Mount Jordan, Jeff, please.
No, just the change for later is what I'm asking. The slide deck that you had, it was 50% something for Mount Jordan. You were the agree or the strongly agree or somewhat agree, those numbers.
So for the 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yes.
proposal. So the question that we were asking is if we do change the bell schedule at Mount Jordan, we're giving you two options.
Yes.
So this first question, as we noted, it was whether or not they wanted to keep it the same or if they want to change it. Then after that, we gave them the choice of choosing between the 7:50 and the 8 a.m. start time. I'm sorry, Ms. Jill.
I just want you to give us that number too, but you can answer her question.
Okay, so to begin with, the first question would be preferring whether to keep Mount Jordan's current start time the same, and they begin at 7:30. With parents, you have strongly agree 34.5%, somewhat agree 5.6%, neither agree nor disagree 15.7%, somewhat disagree 10.5%, and strongly disagree 33.7%.
So what I was asking was your slide deck that was in favor of the later change. So there was a 50%. Just go back to that slide.
So the question that we ask isn't necessarily if they're in favor of a later time. It's if we move the time to
Would
a
you
later
strongly agree?
time, would you want the 7:50 or the 8?
Yes. And my question is, what is the total percentages on Draper Park and Mount Jordan for the 8 o'clock?
So for Mount Jordan for 8 o'clock, it's strongly agree 40.4%, somewhat agree 10.1%, neither agree nor disagree 12.7%, somewhat disagree 5%, strongly disagree 30.7%. For employees, you're looking at for the 8 o'clock start, they strongly agree of 24.4%, somewhat agree 13.3%, neither agree nor disagree 3.7%, somewhat disagree 15.6%.
Thank you.
and
I
strongly
didn't,
disagree.
it's fine. What I was looking for is you had the slide deck with the synopsis. So that was 50% for the strongly agree or somewhat agree. And then just the same with the slide deck. It was 54 for Draper Park. So my only point was I'm okay with not bringing it back because the elementary schools were not in favor, and I would hate to bring it back for one school and not the other, because I think they were both over 50% for the 8 o'clock time, and the 750 was less than that. If you combine the agree and somewhat agree.
True. So in the
Yes.
slide deck, you'll see that it was either the somewhat agree or strongly agree. But again, we asked what the preference would be comparatively between the two.
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like for third reading, we will look at the bell schedule as currently constituted, with the exception of Glacier Hills, would need to be adopted because it doesn't currently have a bell schedule.
And with what you approved tonight, Friday's IPLC,
Right,
we'll have to
make that
make
adjustment
that
there.
adjustment as well. Yes.
Okay, so just so it's clearly
Yeah, all
outlined.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else? Board?
Nancy, are we bringing the Mount Jordan and Draper Park thing back then?
No.
Oh, we're not?
Yeah. I think everyone,
Okay.
the majority of the board feels like it's better to spend time and energy looking at a district-wide study.
Yeah.
And if I recall right, Ms. Barrows from the SEC also kind of spoke to that point a little bit as well tonight, that recognizing the complexity that we identified as a result of the survey. And it was, am I correct in recalling that?
Yes, I appreciate that. Yes, the feedback from my community is they would be happy for us to look at a district-wide survey, well, not survey, but the company that evaluates the buses and bell schedule. So they don't want their elementary schools to be frustrated with the time change, and they're interested in looking at a situation that it works for everyone.
Okay, all right. I think that concludes that item, which also concludes the items on the agenda for this business meeting. I will now turn time over if Superintendent Robbins for a report, and then to Mr. Wilcox for a report.
So real quick, thank you, board, for the great discussions tonight and dialogue. This Thursday, we're doing something new, Superintendent's Awards night, and we're going to try to recognize more kids across the district that may not be getting recognized as much either at their school or at board meeting, and that'd be kind of along the lines of resiliency and other things. So super excited about that. We're going to have a taco truck at 5 o'clock. If you want to join us, we're going to have tacos out here at the district, and then come in at 6 o'clock and present some certificates. So anyway, looking forward to that, and just, you're all invited if you'd like to be there.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Just a couple things really quick. Just want to thank everyone who helped with negotiations, Kathy and her team with CEA. It's always, negotiations always challenging, but certainly appreciate the professional way that CEA and our administrators go about it. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate the board renewing me for another 2 years. That means a lot to my family and myself. So thank you very much. I'm coming up on 9 years. It's hard to believe that, but again, thank you very much. That means a great deal. Just want to mention a couple people who were on the consent agenda who will be leaving us, and one who will not. Carl Patterson, his footprints are all over Brighton, Hillcrest, and Alta. Done an amazing job the last 5 years at those schools. Every day at one of those schools, or multiple hours overseeing the construction. He'll be retiring. Well deserved. Thank you to Carl. Scott Taggart, who's also been instrumental in our facilities. He got a director position at Murray School District. He'll be leaving us. Wish Scott well. He's been very instrumental, and it's not on the list, but he just missed the cutoff. Just sent us in late last week. But Gary Warwood will also be retiring. He's been such a fantastic job as our accounting director. But wish he and his wife very well, as they have lots of travel plans ahead. He'll be here till August, but again, thank you to those three guys. I don't know where I'd be without them, but just want to make note of those. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, let's start with Mrs. Schill.
Okay, I'll be really fast. I attended Butler Middle's SEC, and that was really great. Nancy and I had a town hall, and we actually had quite a few parents, and they were just very thoughtful, very respectful, had some really great questions. And we actually got the question that we've never had before, and it was like, how can we help you guys? We were like, oh, great. Anyway, it was very nice. Also, I just want to say thank you to our teachers because it's Teacher Appreciation Week and they're amazing. And I'll borrow what Mont says, and he always says that the magic happens in the classroom. And I agree with that, and I want to thank them. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Neubauer.
I wanted to start out first recognizing Teacher Appreciation Week as well. I appreciate all of our great teachers in the district, and especially the teachers that teach my children, and love to see how they impact my kids. And I was able to participate in some field trips, a kindergarten field trip, and had some wonderful, talks with the kindergarten teachers there. We went to the zoo. I attended a Willow Springs School Community Council meeting, and I think we are just blessed with the best. The teachers and the parents that are fully engaged in those discussions. I know that that's where greatest outcomes are achieved in our schools, is when we have families and teachers working together and everyone invested in the process. And I was also able to be a mystery reader, which was fun over at Willow Springs as well. So thank you for all the work that was put into the surveys and all the presentations tonight. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
I am brain dead. Thanks to our staff that are here. I really question you guys needing to be here sometimes, but I do appreciate you being here. We may need to talk about that as a board. Sometimes we don't ask you questions, but thank you, and thanks CEA for being here tonight too. She's in the Draper Park, so she's got to be here till 7:30 in the morning. She's got to get up at school. So anyway, without that, there's a lot to say, but I'm tired.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold.
Okay, so Dr. Amber, I want you to know, this is a plug for you. I finished units 5 through 8 in letters. And I want you to know that I really didn't enjoy 1 through 4, but 5 through 8 has a huge impact on children and teachers learning and teachers being able to teach. And there's only 6 sessions that you have to take tests for, and not 8 sessions that you have to take tests for. So I just want the teachers to know that next year it will be just a little bit easier than this year, but it is impactful and it does make a huge change on the kids. So just so you know, I did finish that like last weekend, but I know, right? It was a lot of work. And once again, thank you to all the teachers for Teacher Appreciation Week and all you have gone through and done for the benefit of our children. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
I think Principal Robinson pretty much reported on my attendance at Mid-Bell Middle's SEC. This is kind of an off-the-wall comment, but I think it needs to be said. More out of curiosity than anything else, I looked at the list of books that were removed from the shelf. I'm careful not to say banned book, but the ones that were at least temporarily removed. And I thought I would be better informed if I actually opened a book and read it. And I selected one and read it cover to cover. And I was in hopes that it would solidify my position on what books should be and should not be in the library. As I read it, my first thought was, this information is critical for abused kids, and they need to know where they can go to seek help if they have problems at home. My next thought was, I don't know that I would want my 14-year-old high school freshman pulling this off. Tons of bombs, tons of sex, tons of death. And I'm just thinking, my gosh, I don't think I would want a 14-year-old reading this. I don't know if I'd want an 18-year-old senior reading it. And so I came out of that experience confused more than I was when I started reading the book. I'm not sorry I read it. I'm glad I read it because I have a better understanding of what's happening. But that is not an easy question. And with that, good night.
Thank you. And I will just express my appreciation to the administration, the staff, and my fellow board members for the hard work that you all do, not only at board meetings, but throughout the weeks. And with that, unless there's anything else, I call the meeting adjourned.